everyone. Welcome to tonight's public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rob Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Mariko Sayak.
Here. And if you could all please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. So tonight we have two awards that I'm happy to present. And the first one is our Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And I'm going to ask Director Conway to come forward to receive it. And I think it's so appropriate that we had it today, given our budget study session that we had earlier today at 6 and further budget discussion tonight. But what I want to do is just show everyone how strong I am, first of all, because it's very heavy, and how often we have received this award. You want to hold it too? I sure will. And I think as if any of you were here towards the end of our budget session, you heard Director Conway give a synopsis of our financial health and the indicators that we look to reassure our public that the taxes that you are paying is going towards your services, and that we as the town are trying to do our best to provide that in a very fiduciary, stable way. And so thank you, Director Conway, for all of your assistance, and I'm glad that you are now carrying it and show us how strong you are now.
Yes, I can actually do it. Thank you. Thank you.
And then the second one is fun. With all this rain and with Oscar season, it's been tremendously fun to just tell the kids to go to the movies and walk over there. And so what we do on the second meeting of every month is we have our small business big applause. And this month we are awarding it to the Los Gatos Theater. And I'm not sure if anyone is present to accept it. We were told you were skiing, so. Well, thank you for coming back. And so I know that our Youth Commission awarded this to you recently, but I just wanted to say that it's been a tremendous pleasure. Thank you for renovating our theater, and thank you for giving it back to us. So on the behalf of the town of Los Gatos, thank you very much.
Thank you for the award. We're glad to be part of the community and keep a theater in town for the kids mostly, but for us too. So, thank you. Bye bye.
Okay. So earlier today, before our study session, we did have a closed session report. Mr. Schultz, do you have a...
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, council met in closed session to discuss pending litigation. This was a status report of all the pending litigation before the town. It was only a status report, so no action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. And council members, if you could provide quick summaries of what you have been doing since we last met publicly.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended on behalf of the town, the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting, and it was a general business meeting. It was very brief, mostly made up of consent items and note and filed on some reports.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jensen, thank you.
I, along with the mayor, attended a meeting of the policy committee. And I, along with most other members of the council, had the pleasure of going to the library for its 5-year anniversary this past weekend. Thank you very much, Ms. Goyle. It's a really good program. And I think that's probably it.
Okay, since we last met, there was a cities association meeting where we discussed pending legislation that is happening at the state level. We actually will have a study session on March 7 where we will have someone come and present all the various legislation that is being introduced that may affect us here in Los Gatos. So, Santa Clara Valley Water District and San Jose Water Company each had their meetings to discuss what water conditions look like, as well as pending water rates. I know that has been a significant item of discussion. Director Morley and Town Manager Privetti were also present. And so if there are any continued questions, they are encouraging us to share their contact information with all of you, and we can provide that on our website. So, and as one new business that has opened in town since we last met, Culinary Courier. They had their grand opening on Friday, and I encourage everyone to attend and check out the new business in town. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. On February 8th, we had a Silicon Valley Clean Energy Authority board meeting. At that meeting, I was elected chair and chaired the rest of the meeting. On 2/9, I attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee. There was continued discussion about the next generation service and the elimination of services to some areas during that meeting. On 2/16, I attended the VTA Congestion Management Subcommittee of the main board, where I'm an alternate for the board member that couldn't attend, so I attended in her place. There we talked about some of the same things, next generation service plan. We talked about Caltrain electrification, about with the new Trump administration, we may not get our grant for electrification, so there's some concern about that. We also talked about the Measure B bike and ped projects. I asked how we can get grant money from Measure B for projects that were not already on the list that were part of Measure B. And I was told that the best way to do that was to get projects into the county bike connectivity plan, which is funded by Measure B. So some of our plans in our bike and ped master plan that we're working on, those that look like countywide connectivity kinds of things, that we should try to work with them to get them Measure B funded funds that way. I believe we have one project that was on the list, but we've since done our bike and ped plan, which has lots of more things that we'd like to get done. So that was what they said the best way to get Measure B funds for us. On 2/17, I attended the Joint Venture Silicon Valley briefing, which was quite interesting. They're talking about how's the Valley doing. Are we experiencing growth? We are experiencing growth, but it's not continuing, but it's not breaking any records. So they're basically saying we're continuing at a sustainable rate, but it's not very fast. They said that we seem to be, the activity seems to be pivoting towards, or at least the innovation towards robotics, automation, self-drive vehicles. They said we've added 115,000 jobs. I guess that's since the 2008 recession, which is about a 3.1% growth. No, actually, I guess that was in the last year. Since the recession, we've added 300,000 jobs in the area. Growth areas have been, interestingly, things like community infrastructure, innovation, information products, business infrastructure, other manufacturing. So sounds like we're sort of catching up on some of the infrastructure from before. The other thing that was interesting is we've added 6 million square feet of commercial. 5 million of that is office since the last recession, but we haven't added, and I didn't write the number down, nearly enough housing. They talked about housing now in Santa Clara County. The median is over $1 million. San Mateo is over $12 million, and the significant 1.2 million, and that's significant because 60% of first-time buyers cannot qualify for a medium-price house in Santa Clara. So those are some of the quick excerpts, but I think you can go to Joint Venture Silicon Valley. I think the town manager sent us out a link to that with a lot more information that's very interesting about how we're doing in the Valley.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the General Plan Committee meeting. The request there was from the developer to change the land use designation, the general plan designation at the property that is at the end of Alberta Way and Pine from residential to office. The General Plan Committee unanimously recommended against that. Mainly the concern was about traffic, and we suggested to the developer if they want to come forward with that to the Planning Commission and the Council, that they need to include a traffic study, mainly because of the development that is proposed for the end of Alberta Way at Highway 9 and also on Santa Cruz Avenue and Highway 9. And along with other members of this group, I attended the 5th anniversary of the library. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we are now looking at our consent calendar. There are 9 items that are on our consent. These are items that we will decide with one motion unless someone chooses to pull an item. At this time, I have item number 7. The Policy Committee's proposed amendments to the commission appointments. That will be pulled. And council members, are there any other items that would? Yes, Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not pulling it, but on the minutes for January 31st, I would like to make a correction that one of the priorities that I identified was the strategic priorities that were 75% completed.
Okay, so members of the public, would any of you like to pull any items from our consent? Seeing none, I look to the council for a motion on items 1 through 9, exclusive without item 7. Councilwoman Johnson?
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 9, excluding number 7.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. And so we will now look to we'll consider item 7, and then we'll go into verbal communications and then continue on with the rest of our agenda. So item number 7, Councilwoman Spector, you pulled this item. Would you like to briefly give your reasoning, and then we'll go ahead and ask for a staff report?
I will. Thank you very much. My concern when we changed to the paper ballots for our voting for commissioners was lack of public transparency. However, after we did it one time, I thought it worked well, that everything that the council did was relayed to the public. However, one of the proposed changes to that balloting in this agenda item is that if there is a tie, then the public is not made aware of the votes of the individual council members. And I think that everything we do should be told to the public, and so it is that one component of the proposed changes with which I disagree.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, would you like to provide a brief discussion of this?
Yes, thank you. So after the December 16th vote, Council directed staff to go back to the Policy Committee to discuss different changes for the voting process to try to work out some of the issues that cropped up. So what is contained in the staff report is what the Policy Committee is bringing forward for the Council to consider.
And council members, any questions regarding this policy and or staff questions? Okay, so at this time I will open it up for public testimony if anyone would like to make any comments on item number 7, which is our commission appointments procedures. Okay, seeing none, I'll turn back to the council and see if there are any questions, comments, or eventually a motion. Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Listening to Councilwoman Spector's concerns, I believe we can. So I know the paper ballots has a reason for it. So to be consistent, I think right now we don't report a tie. I think we should go ahead and report the results when the voting's completely over with. In some cases, there'll be a tie and we'll re-vote, and then there won't be a tie. So all the results should then be disclosed. If we re-vote and it's stuck at a tie, we then disclose all the votes. But when voting is still to occur, I don't think we should disclose.
Any comments on that? Councilmember Johnson.
So as a member of the policy committee, as I think I understand the vice mayor's comments, that the only time that the votes would not be publicly disclosed was in the event of a tie, because what we experienced in December was if a council member, for whatever reason, withholds a vote for a particular committee, then that council member would have the benefit of knowing the result of the previous voting to potentially adjust their vote. So the policy committee was trying to avoid that scenario in the hopes of avoiding a continual tie was our thinking. We did not at all wish to or expect that any part of the voting, except for in the event of a tie when we had that kind of situation, would be withheld from the public, and the final vote, whatever that would always be reported to the public.
Any comments on that? So it sounds like, speaking also as from the policy committee, certainly I think that at the very end, when all decisions have been made, those votes should be publicly disclosed. So I believe, and I'll look to staff, that there's a quick way to remedy this if the council so chooses, to indicate at the very end that once all voting has occurred, that those would be announced and recorded as we always do in our minutes. I'll look to the Madam Clerk.
So the votes aren't included in the minutes? Okay. Just who's been appointed?
Just who's been appointed. Mm-hmm. But during, when we're actually at the dais and the final decision has been made, you could read the votes with each stage that came to that decision.
Yes.
Okay.
And we can add that sentence if that would be the will of the council, that after the conclusion of the tie, the final vote and the different votes and candidates that individual council members voted for would be reported publicly, and said better than that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll go ahead and move as suggested by the town manager.
Councilwoman Jensen?
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. If I might, if the town manager could repeat what she proposes to add to the policy.
Yes. So if you go to page 5 of the red line attachment 1, page 5, item number 3, the new language in the proposed policy is, in the case of a tie vote, the clerk administrator will announce that there is a tie and a runoff vote shall be conducted, but will not announce the names of the applicants in the runoff. I think that means the names of the applicants that the council members would have voted for. A new sentence would be added: once all voting is concluded and a decision made, the votes would be made public.
Let's say there was 3 times through, each of the times that there was a vote?
Once the tie was broken, then we would report out the votes.
And so you would say, for example, for Citizen Prevetti, these 3 people voted for her and those 2 did not.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. With that clarification, I will support the motion.
Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so the motion passes. So we now come to verbal communications, and this is the time when anyone in the public may speak on an item not related to an agenda topic. And I have 2 speakers for tonight, the first being Tom Picrow.
Good evening. I'm Tom Picrow, and Chair of the Community and Senior Services Commission. I'm speaking tonight for myself. Last year, several community members and I proposed the creation of a Los Gatos Resource Hub and Meetup Center. Tonight, I'd like to reiterate that support and provide a brief update. First of all, the purpose of the center is to provide an inviting focal point for people to meet, socialize, learn, and connect to community resources in a friendly environment. It would provide a service not only to our growing senior population, but also to the entire community. In collaboration with the 55 Plus program of Los Gatos Recreation and the library, the center could launch new programs for socialization and promote volunteer opportunities and community involvement. Collaboration is important. A center coordinator would be a spark plug, a spark for energizing and coordinating volunteers to address community needs. For example, he or she could coordinate community awareness presentations, establish collaborations with community service providers and service clubs, and, for example, even set up a volunteers technology learning center for web and social media use. The location, I previously suggested the town's former art museum on Tate Avenue for the center. I recently have had a chance to visit a few other properties of the town, and I believe the Forbes Mill former museum is another alternative as well. The Tate property has a cozy environment and ample space that would require only limited upgrading. The Forbes Mill property is a charming historic site, and with some creative help, perhaps from our Arts Commission, could be made very inviting, I believe, with limited upgrading as well. The advantage of the Forbes Mill site is its proximity to the Adult Rec Center, the library, and to our other town services here. It's really rather close. Past surveys have indicated the need for increased awareness of the availability of services, and the Los Gatos Resource Hub and Meetup Center could be an important step in that direction. The result could be a nice contribution to Los Gatos' age-friendly initiative as well, I think. So thank you for consideration this.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Picro, you have a question from Councilmember Leonardis?
Yes. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Picro, and bringing forth this idea to the council again. I wanted to know if you had any idea what perhaps either a monthly operational cost would be or an annual operational cost would be for the potential center that you are proposing?
I think a task force or study needs to look at that to really give you a real number. Just from an engineer's point of view, I would say knowing budget salaries generally are the major thing that is a cost item in a continuing basis. And so aside from some initial setup, I believe having a coordinator for this center, a staff person of some sort would be important. That doesn't mean it's an 8-hour job. Perhaps it's a part-time position or whatever. And so that could be scaled according to reasonable availability of funds. But generally, that would be it. And I think I probably shouldn't cite FTE costs and stuff to you because you probably know it a lot better than I. But certainly, I think some fractional time is important. You can do things with a lot of volunteers, but you need some central coordination point. And to presume you wouldn't have a person who has the keys and really coordinates would be a mistake. So, thank you.
A follow-up question?
Well, a question for staff. Would it be possible for staff to work with, I guess it would be the Community Services Commission, to maybe come up with some numbers before our next closed session on properties? Because I know this is something that council was in discussions about with some of our properties as a potential use.
We certainly appreciate the ongoing interest in a potential senior resource hub, and we do have a closed session scheduled for next week regarding properties. So I don't think there's enough time to convene the commission to meet that particular deadline. What I would propose instead is that we continue to work with council in closed session on direction, and then once we have that direction, we can determine what appropriate next steps can occur.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Picro.
Thank you.
Josh Silo?
Good evening, Town Council and staff. My name is Josh Sello, and I'm the Executive Director of West Valley Community Services, a nonprofit that provides support to Los Gatos residents facing a housing or food crisis. We offer a range of services to low-income and homeless town residents, including a food pantry, emergency financial assistance, case management, benefits clinics, referrals, and financial coaching. West Valley Community Services is part of this town's safety net, and we work closely with Los Gatos Recreation, Live Oak, St. Luke's, and Calvary Church to ensure that low-income and homeless folks living in Los Gatos have the necessary resources and benefits to move from crisis to stability. We are so grateful for the support we receive from the town of Los Gatos and the services that you make possible. Because of your support in the first 6 months of the current fiscal year, 24 Los Gatos residents have come to West Valley Community Services for help for the first time. 58 Los Gatos residents are accessing our food pantry in Cupertino each week, and 20 Los Gatos residents are participating in ongoing case management. We distributed almost $15,000 in emergency financial assistance to 9 Los Gatos households in the first 6 months of this fiscal year for deposits, rent, and utility assistance. I'm here tonight to ask for your help with our newest initiative, our mobile food pantry. Thanks for funding we got from the County of Santa Clara, we now operate a 38-foot mobile food pantry, which is able to provide all of our services on the road throughout our service area. The mobile pantry eliminates the need for clients to travel all the way to our office in Cupertino, and it was created in an effort to serve even more people throughout our service area. The mobile pantry currently operates in locations throughout Saratoga and West San Jose, including West Valley College and Westgate Church, but we've really struggled to find a location here in Los Gatos to park the pantry. We know that Los Gatos residents, particularly individuals without a car or who are unable to drive, often seniors, struggle to make it into our office in Cupertino. We had a client who spent 4 hours in each direction over the summer to get to our offices to get the food that he needed. We're nervous that anticipated changes to VTA bus routes will make it even more difficult for Los Gatos residents to get to us for help. And transportation challenges are one of the main reasons we came up with the idea of the mobile pantry. We're ready to start operating the pantry in Los Gatos as soon as we can find a place to park it 1 time per week on Thursdays. All we need is a spot between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. and access to restrooms for our 2 employees who operate the mobile pantry. This morning we learned we may be able to operate the pantry at Los Gatos United Methodist Church on Thursday afternoons, but details are still up in the air, and we've tried about 7 places previously that have fallen through no fault of anyone's. So I'm really looking to the council and staff if you have any recommendations. Thank you for any suggestions or advice you may have, and for all of your ongoing support.
Thank you, Mr. Sello. Any questions? Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sack. This is a question for staff. Being that so many of our residents have found great use for this and they're traveling all the way to Cupertino to use these services, could we possibly work with our community outreach coordinator or somebody on staff to try to help find a location where they could operate from? The hours were mentioned 10 to 4 on Thursdays. There was also mention of the Methodist Church perhaps being able to take part of that time in the afternoon on Thursday, but not set in stone. Is there anything that we can do to encourage this mobile operation to be brought into our community to help our residents?
Thank you for the question. We have met with Mr. Silo earlier to talk about different opportunities on public and private property, and we'll be happy to reach out after this meeting to discuss some of those other options in terms of what might be feasible. Now that we know a specific date and time, we might be able to assist you.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions, council members? Thank you, Mr. Sello. Okay. So we now turn to our public hearings, and our first agenda item tonight, number 10, options to increase public participation in the Council Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be giving the report for you this evening. As you know, we have increased interest by our public to participate in financial matters facing the town. This is actually really great news. So the item before you tonight is what are the different mechanisms that you would like to pursue in order to increase and enhance public participation on our Town Finance Committee. You have a report before you that suggests 3 options. These are really just choices, but you could certainly take this to different places. The first would be the setting up of a separate finance committee. We heard loud and clear at the January 31st meeting that you would not like to set up a separate new commission. However, there are 2 other options that may be of interest. One is to add public members to the existing Council Finance Committee. You received public correspondence in a desk item this evening suggesting that if you do want to pursue this, some of the members of the public are suggesting up to 3 members of the public, and they would be non-voting. The third option is to continue to welcome the public to attend the Council Finance Committee meeting, and similar to our Council Policy Committee meeting, run it a little bit less formally in that the public would be able to join us at the table here or be able to speak without a 3-minute timeline, allowing for dialogue and exchange between the council members who are seated on the committee as well as with the public. If you do wish to appoint formally members to the Council Finance Committee, we are in the midst of a recruitment right now, and we are also scheduling a Finance Committee meeting for March 20th. So we are under some very tight timeframes. The March 20th Finance Committee meeting is the meeting in which we'll be exploring the different CalPERS and OPEB strategies. So we definitely need public participation. But if the council does want to do a formal appointment process, then we would ask that we still welcome our public to join us on March 20th and that we would proceed with the appointment process after the fact. And as future Council Finance Committee meetings occur, then those formally appointed members would be able to join us. But we're moving fast and furious, so we need to make sure the public knows that they're welcome regardless of the option that you choose this evening. And staff is available to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provetti. Okay, I'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know that the members of the public are concerned about getting their inputs in for this coming budget cycle, which sounds like it means March 24th. So which of the options really work to include them sort of fully by the March 24th date?
Well, typically the Council Finance Committee does not consider the budget. It considers the comprehensive annual financial report, which is what it did in January, and it's been instrumental in raising the unfunded pension and other post-employment benefit issue to the council. So it's been really more of a strategy group that has expanded its scope, quite frankly, over the past year. The budget process is really something that we do with the council, and on January 31st, the council gave us very clear direction for our operating budget and capital budgets, which are now in preparation using that council direction for the 17-18 budget, and that will come before you in the May timeframe in a public hearing. I would propose, if the council is interested in a different approach to budgeting, that we look at that separately from the issue of the Council Finance Committee. There are a lot of different techniques to engage the public around community budgeting, and if that's the direction that you would like to go, I suggest that we use a different model than the Council Finance Committee.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question of staff. If we assume, sort of akin to what Mr. Rennie was saying, if we assume that it would be beneficial to have community members participating with the Finance Committee, I understand that the Finance Committee is scheduled to meet on March 20th. What could be a mechanism of getting community members engaged in that March 20th meeting, other than having them show up as members of the community, if there is such a process?
Well, I think, we've been very fortunate in that we have about a half dozen or so community members that have come forward in the last year or so and have taken the time to meet with staff separately and together to educate themselves regarding the town's financial documents. And those are a core group of people that I've personally been reaching out to whenever we have a finance committee meeting so that they are getting the agendas and all the reports in advance. So essentially right now they're getting essentially a personal invitation from the town manager to participate. Quite frankly, the unfunded pension issue and the different strategies is a key issue where we really need the public's vetting to assist the council finance committee in vetting those items before they come before you in early April. And if other people want to be invited, I'm happy to add their names to the invite list as well. But right now it's really those who have self-selected and have taken the time to invest their own time to learn our budget documents.
Do you have follow-up, Councilwoman?
Yes, I do. So is there any way to go through a process of selecting community members, i.e. 3 community members, prior to the March 20th meeting, as opposed to just inviting knowledgeable community members to appear at the Finance Committee meeting?
Well, it would depend upon what role you would want to play as council members in selecting the individuals. It would depend on what kind of outreach and publication you would like. We've already been notifying for our current vacancies on boards and commissions, and those close fairly shortly with interviews scheduled on March 21st. We're very flexible. If you'd like to defer that discretion to the town manager, I'm happy to do some kind of quick recruitment and do interviews and select people. But my sense is that typically our council is the deciding body for members of the public to participate. And quite honestly, if we're going to add members of the public to a council committee, it would be best if the council itself makes those decisions.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Jensen and then Councilmember Leonardis.
Sort of a follow-up on that. Earlier tonight, on our consent calendar, we appointed, without recruitment or interview, 7 members of an age-friendly outreach. I don't know what the proper term for it, but we appointed them. We didn't have a recruitment process, and it's a public something that we should be paying attention to. So I'm wondering why we would treat that. I, for one, think that we should recruit. We should ask the public. We should give everybody an opportunity. We didn't do that with the age-friendly. So why the difference? And is there some way, if the council were interested in getting started quickly with adding people, to do some kind of a hybrid, appoint some interim person for a short time pending a more formalized recruitment?
We could certainly do that. With age-friendly, the difference is that it's on a very short time frame. We need to have all of the age-friendly work completed by June of this year, which doesn't give us very much time. We had members of the Community Senior Services Commission recommend organizations for that task force as well as the county. So we had a start, essentially, and then we found individuals who met those criteria. I would be happy to do a hybrid model and identify, with your assistance tonight, a few criteria, and then we could do an advertisement through social media, see who comes forward with financial background, if that's a criteria that the council is interested in, and then we could do a appointment for the interim, bring that to council on March 7th for your consideration, and then go through a formal recruitment on March 21st with the rest of the adult commissions. So that's another option for you.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sack. Most of my question, I think, was just answered. I was just looking at the time frame and the fact that we are already actively recruiting for what the personnel board and one other, we have an ad in the paper. Could we not add this committee, should the council vote it through this evening, to that ad in the paper, so it's open to the public, and then have the deadline be, or the interviews be, that March 21st, and have them be essentially selected that evening, have them in place for the April 1st meeting. When I look at the staff report, I look at option 2, and I look at the 6 bullets on pages, I guess it's page 2 and 3 of the staff report. I think it's pretty comprehensive of the job description that could be kind of incorporated into whatever we call it, the job rec sent out to the volunteers in the community. And I think we would be able to potentially find 3 people, at least 3 good people who would be willing to interview on March 21st and fill those positions. So is that feasible?
That is feasible. I think we would still want to come back on March 7th with a resolution to formalize the term, whether or not they're voting, and the credentials based on at least the starting point descriptors that are in your staff report.
Any other questions?
Well, just a quick follow-up then. So in other words, if the council finds merit in this proposal this evening, and they say, they can vote, we follow these criteria, or not vote, they can, they have to have so much experience, et cetera, then on the 7th of March, we can adopt a resolution ratifying all those things, and then release the ad or the recruitment. Is that how the process works?
We could. Unfortunately, the ad has already been placed in the paper, so we would. I'm not sure if it would be possible to do a new ad, but through social media, we could acknowledge this. I think the deadline for application. Help me, Shelley.
March 10th, and the soonest we can get another ad in would be March 3rd. So they would have basically a week.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Jensen.
Just to follow up so I understand all our options. If we were to go the route of recruiting for March 21st, that would not, March 7th, we adopt a resolution for an expanded finance committee. Anyone who wanted to attend a finance committee and participate fully in that committee on March 20th could, whether they were appointed or not at that point, right? They're not precluded.
Absolutely, we would welcome it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Jensen that I think this should be a public process, and I'm beginning to understand from Ms. Privetti what the parameters are. But my question is, would it be possible, should this council move forward in this way, to publicize the openings to the community, to interview, and to have these people selected for the March 20th Finance Committee? Or are we out of time on that? I want to just see how far we can go with this.
It would be very challenging for us to work with your calendars to do a quick recruitment and then and be able to interview. A lot of the people who have expressed interest in this travel a lot, and so I think we would want to give those individuals an opportunity to apply with reasonable notice to be able to actually make their application and be able to participate in an interview. We've already scheduled and publicized the March 21st date for interviews, so I think it would be easy to do. I think, again, we're looking at the March 20th as the date for our Council Finance Committee. If we need to, we could see if we can move that meeting to March 22nd. Give ourselves a little bit of time. We would need to, of course, consult with the council members on that committee to see if that's viable. But if we could have seated members, it would probably be better than pushing. The variable that can move more easily is the date of the actual committee meeting.
Thank you.
So at this time, I will open it up for public testimony. I have 2 speaker cards. Terry Duryea. And I'm sorry if I keep mispronouncing your last name.
You did just fine. Good evening to the Town Council and staff. My name is Terry Durier. I'm actually reading this for Peter Hurton. Peter is a Los Gatos resident visiting his family back in Boston, and he's watching as I speak on KCAT. Los Gatos has a large, growing, and urgent financial challenge, as we've talked about. And I'm going to use a cute allegorical phrase that is very real in this situation. Our iceberg is melting. We are in step one in dealing with it. We've recognized the problem. Clearly, we've recognized the problem and its urgency. I think we're beyond step two. A handful of residents, as has been alluded to, have pulled together some ideas to recommend a course of action, and I very much appreciate the discussions we were having just now, which is step three, figuring out the next step and more strategically how to address the problem. I recommend that deciding what to do about the town's financial challenge should be led by the Finance Committee, the total Finance Committee, expanded by 3 residents, public residents with the talents that complement those of the 2 council members. And that's the key, the talents. So they bring some financial expertise, some analytical skills, and can think strategically. As with any challenge, there are many possible ways to dealing with it. There's good pro and con arguments for each proposal. My recommendation is for the town council to approve the expansion of the Finance Committee and follow the process for a midterm appointment, very much consistent with what we were talking about here. The biggest financial challenge the town faces is the unexpected growth of its employee retirement benefit costs. With the new approach, the annual cost to the town will soon absorb a growing and growing percentage of the budget. Consequently, Peter and I would recommend that the council approve a resolution today to expand membership of the Finance Committee as defined in option 2 of agenda item 10 with the following changes, and I would just say emphasis. The expanded membership of public members should become effective, I was going to say April 1, if we can move more quickly, learning about the March 20th meeting today, and I'll come back to that in a second. The number of public members should be 3. The new residents should be non-voting. We haven't really talked about that. And I think we should be creative, possibly thinking about putting some people in place short-term without the formal process, and then giving time for the formal process. So the interim members, I'm not sure the right term, I'm not familiar with the processes, but you have some interim members that are appointed based on this handful of people, and then still allow time for the formal process. And if they want to put their name in the, apply, they're welcome to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker, Lee Fagot.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I originally had a very nice presentation I was going to give you, but following the discussion that you just had at the council, we're already pretty far down the pathway I was going to hope we would follow, which is to bring on board to the Finance Committee 3 citizens who could be an additional resource for the Finance Committee and for the town overall. The charter of these 3 citizens is to help prepare financial analysis and major proposals being considered by the town council so that the council can better evaluate the short-term and the long-term strategic issues facing us. The method that these new appointees can use, these citizens, would be to conduct independent reviews, research and analysis, and to provide modeling of financial scenarios. They can develop both revenue and expenditure proposals independent of the council and then come to you with those proposals separately. They can solicit additional community input specific to issues also important to townsfolk and the community at large. The citizen appointees could also take on assignments directly from the council or from the staff to work on some of these projects and to do some of the analysis, the vetting, the research independently and come back to the full Finance Committee with proposals and therefore to the council with proposals. The format for the Finance Committee meetings would be as a public forum also. I think this would also allow additional citizen input. It wouldn't be exclusive to those 3 citizens. Others from the community could participate on an as-will basis. They're 3-year appointments, and I think these citizens should have a multi-year appointment in order to provide the continuity that's necessary, but also there's another issue, and it is so that those well-qualified citizens would make the commitment necessary to fully engage. The time requirement for these citizen volunteers, and they are going to be volunteers, is going to be anywhere from 2 hours a week to maybe 6 or 8 hours a week. So in order for them to be as engaged, they need to see that the commitment from the council and the rest of the council member of the Finance Committee is there to help them. So I think a formal appointment is what's necessary, and a multi-year appointment. So I'm endorsing option 2 with these additional provisions to it. We've already seen some citizens analysis put over the last several months, and that we appreciate the opportunity to work with the council. So in summary, option 2 with a longer-term commitment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Fagot, I want to see if I understand your input. I want you to assume that the Finance Committee has 2 council members. I want you to assume that those council members and or the staff set the agenda. So there are meetings. The meetings have agendas. Let's assume that 3 community members are part of the Finance Committee, but they're non-voting. Would that fit within the parameters of what you're saying? Because some of what you were saying seemed to go way out beyond that.
I agree with what you've identified, that the chair of the Finance Committee would set the agenda and manage the meeting, that the 3 citizens would be non-voting members, but they would have equal seating for the discussion. They could also be given separate assignments to go off and do some additional research, some financial modeling, and bring it back to the full Finance Committee.
Councilwoman Spector, and then Vice Mayor.
With regard to something like, for example, going out and doing financial modeling, is there an assumption in that statement that financial modeling was somehow a component of the Finance Committee's meeting/agenda?
And their charter, yes.
Okay.
For example, if the money, if X dollars are spent in this method, I'll take things that have already been decided. The Almond Grove. If you spend $12 million in the Almond Grove as opposed to spending $12 million in the other streets, what's the 5-year cost of that total? In other words, we're saving 3% inflation if we're doing the Almond Grove right now versus what is it going to cost to remediate the roads in another area. That kind of financial modeling. So they would be chartered with going off and doing those kinds of things and then coming back with that data.
If that was an agenda item.
And the chair would set that.
All right. Thank you.
And charter them to go do that.
Thank you.
And I think also, maybe to help answer that, the qualifications of the people that I would recommend to be on this would be people with at least 5 years solid financial at the senior level experience. They've got to be able to bring some real value to help, not just random folks like myself.
Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
I do. I'd like to ask staff a question first, and depending on the answer, I may have a question for Mr. Fagot. So my question is probably for the town attorney. Is this a Brown Act issue? Because these are not voting members. You know, what's being described is a majority of the commission going off and working together. So normally that would be a Brown Act problem, but if they're not voting members, maybe that doesn't apply.
It would still apply. they're still participating in the deliberation of a decision to be made. So my initial reaction is it would still require a Brown Act meeting, and they would be subject to that.
So my question back to you then is, you guys have been working as a group. Those on the commission now can't all go be working in this group anymore. Maybe two of them, and the other one has to know nothing about what the group is doing, or you've created a Brown Act. So is that okay?
No, that's a good point, and I did not realize that if they were non-voting, then it would not be a conflict. But if it is,
I certainly could look into it further, because it is a unique where you have members on a board that are non-voting, but it doesn't just go to the vote, it goes towards the deliberation process also, which they would be participating in it. I'm assuming they would come back after doing this research, all have had meetings and reached a conclusion, and that conclusion was to come to the meeting to try to influence the two council members to vote a certain way. So in fact, there's been meetings outside the public of this 3-member board that are part of the deliberation process. So my initial reaction is no, it would be subject to it. But if that's where council goes, we would come back and make sure that's clarified in the drafting resolution.
Councilwoman Jensen?
So then I have a question of Mr. Fagot. So I make the assumption that if the Finance Committee, based upon the information tonight, is expanded as proposed, that there is a chair who sets an agenda. Your proposal is that the chair would tell these 3 members to go forth and do modeling and bring it back. The town attorney says that's a potential Brown Act problem, so you would not be able to go forth and do that modeling together and come back, assuming that the chair even asked you to do the modeling in the first place. So if that's the case, that it's a Brown Act violation to do that, do you still advocate adding 3 people to the committee, or do you think your goal would be better served by having those 3 people participate as coming to the committee meetings and providing input and not being subject to Brown Act limitations?
If the 3 citizens, non-voting members, are not allowed to convene because it would be a violation of the Brown Act, I still believe that we should have 3 citizens participating on the Finance Committee, and that if they can't go off and do that kind of research as a group, they could still do some of this work independently, as any member of the council or committee or commission can do. I still believe that there's a need and a good opportunity for the town to bring in these citizens as a good resource. There are other tasks that they can do individually as well, which is to continue to do research and come prepared then to the meeting and have a meaningful discussion, but only the 2 council members would be the ones voting on proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr.
I just want to make sure, did I answer your?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fagot. Seeing no other speakers, I'm closing public testimony, and I look to council for any other questions of staff, any comments, or a motion. Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. I'm going to try a motion, and because it's multifaceted, I'm certainly going to listen to council or staff input. I'm going to move that we go forward and add community members to the Finance Committee, that we add 5 members, that they have financial qualifications that are similar to or the same as those listed in page 3 of the staff report, that the council move forward and interview those applicants as soon as possible. And I have various dates down here, but to be selected so that they can participate in the next Finance Committee meeting, which may require that Finance Committee meeting to be delayed a day or 2.
Councilwoman Jensen?
I'd be prepared to second the motion. However, I have 2 questions. The first is that, Ms. Spector, you said to add 5 people? Did you mean 5 total, or did you mean add 3 people?
5 total, 3 plus 3.
Add 3 citizens, correct? My second question is that your motion did not address a term of appointment. Was that deliberate, or did you have something in mind?
That's actually a good question, if I may, Madam Mayor. I don't like people talking over you. I didn't think about the term. Given what the community input has been, I would say they would all be, initially, they would all be for 3 years, because the input that it takes time to get used to the process and get the information, I thought was a good input. So I would say 3 years.
Okay. So with those 2 clarifications.
And finally, I just want to make sure, I don't know if I heard it or not, your specification in the motion was non-voting?
And I don't believe
or was that addressed?
I don't believe I heard that. Would you like to clarify non-voting or voting?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Non-voting.
Okay.
Okay, with those clarifications, I will second the motion.
Okay. Any question? Yes, Manager Perfetti.
Just wanted to add, typically we do staggered terms for our public appointees, so that way we don't have the entire public side essentially losing its term or having its term end at the same time. So a 3-year term overall is consistent with the rest of our boards and committees, and we would be happy to appoint 3, in March as soon as possible, and then we would do staggered terms. So that way we would have 1 cycle off in this fall, and we would do a new recruitment, another 1 cycle off in 2 years, and then the 3rd cycle off in 3 years. So that way we would have the same staggered terms, but then overall, once we get going, they would have 3 full years, and they would be allowed for reappointment.
With the suggestion provided by our town manager, would you like to amend your motion or keep it as is?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would leave it as it is now, because this is a new group that is going to potentially be dealing with significantly substantive issues. So for this first time through, I would have the 3 with 3-year terms.
And the seconder of the motion?
Okay, I will maintain my second, recognizing the issue with the staggered terms and also recognizing that should the council later determine that the terms of service need to be changed, that it can do so.
Council members, any questions of the motion or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Ms. Pravetti, when we were doing our council member reports, I forgot to ask you for the town manager report.
Oh, no worries. Thank you so much. I just wanted to announce that our library staff has spent the better part of today installing new technology in our library. So when we reopen tomorrow, you will see new computers, including the ability to check out laptops for 2 hours. And they are fully Wi-Fi accessible, so you don't need to be wired in to do printing or to access any of the other technology in the building. So starting tomorrow, those are some new additions.
Thank you very much. Okay, we now move to item number 11, which is our 2016-17 mid-year budget performance and status report. So, Director Conway.
Thank you, Mayor Sayak and members of council. Tonight you have before you the mid-year finance budget performance status report for period ending December 31, 2016. Very briefly, we are projecting and have asked for budget adjustments totaling $1.6 million in new revenues. Revenue estimates have increased. And we also have requested $400,000 approximately of expenditure adjustments, leaving a net surplus of $1.2 million that we anticipate for the fiscal year 16-17. You also have before you tonight an updated 5-year forecast, and we're also recommending that council approve a resolution
whereby council had given staff direction to move $1,984,000 from the budget stabilization reserve into the CalPERS reserve, which was given direction to us from our strategic planning meeting a few weeks ago. And then we have another resolution to formally change our CalPERS reserve and include the OPEB in that same description. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have this evening. That ends my report.
Okay, Councilwoman Jensen.
Thank you. Mr. Conway, given your description earlier in response to questions from the mayor, you were, or maybe more than that, you were making a demarcation between CalPERS and OPEB. We have more control over OPEB, we can do this. So now I'm wondering, does it make sense to put CalPERS OPEB in the same reserve fund, given that you're telling us they're run differently, et cetera? I mean, is it wise, given your description earlier on the differences in those two things?
Thank you, Councilmember Jensen. We actually thought about that very deliberatively, and what we wanted to do by changing the name is give us the flexibility to address either one, some combination of both. This is just a reserve account where we now will have approximately $2.3 million that we can, after we discuss strategic options regarding it, we could say X amount will go to the this reserve can function as a funding source to either any of those trusts. It just liberates us. It gives us more flexibility.
Councilwoman.
So my follow-up to that was going to be the question of, if we were to put the 1.9, does it make sense to put it all in CalPERS, given the description you had of OPEB? But if we simultaneously change it to a universal reserve, that's fine, because I was wondering, should we wait for the information you're going to give us in April before we decide to dump it in one place? But you're telling me that it's all good. If you change the name of this reserve, you'll come back to it in April and tell us how it should be allocated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So this fund is really just sort of a holding fund that's making the 1.25% that we usually make with all our funds.
Yes,
correct?
Correct.
And so from this fund, depending on our strategic discussions, money could go different directions. We could put a little bit into the OPEB trust that exists. We could put a little bit or a lot into our miscellaneous plan or our safety plan, or we could create our own trust and earn money and not pay into those other funds.
Councilmember Rennie, you couldn't have said it any better for me. Thank you. That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. Good report, long report, and I have a couple questions because I think it would be beneficial to me, and it might be beneficial to the community. We had an Albright settlement, and that has X amount of monies, but those monies are not all in one line item or one fund. And the Albright monies keep coming up periodically in our council discussions. I think Mr. Leonardis raises it probably more than any of the rest of us. So could you explain to us about that Albright settlement and those Albright funds and what they can and cannot be used for?
I can answer the first part of your question is where are the revenues that we have received. We have treated them originally as general fund operating revenues. We did not spend them upon council feedback and direction. We have now taken them and put them in a liability deposit account to ensure that they're, and I believe the current balance that's in your desk item is $836,000, money that is sitting right now in a general fund deposit account. It has not been programmed for any specific use at this point, but it is available. There were specific, as I remember, there were some specific limitations as to use for this money that was received as part of the Albright development, and I believe our Public Works Director might have a better or town attorney might have a better memory in terms of what that's limited.
Essentially, as you know, the Albright construction project is nearing completion. The fourth building should be occupied next month or so. And then we intended to do some analysis to determine what the best improvements would be for those areas, and it looks like Rob's got the actual wording for us.
So the payment was used for purposes determined by Los Gatos at its sole discretion, provided that such uses shall be related to the project's implementation with high priority to traffic congestion. Such uses shall be for the benefit of the Los Gatos community, and such funds will be expended in proximity to the project. So primarily traffic congestion, and that it would have to be in proximity to the actual project.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. So will this $800,000 plus be coming forward to the council as a line item to include, to allow the council to include it in its budgeting come May?
I don't think we'll be ready yet with specific projects by May. I think we want to see how the actual traffic for all 4 buildings occurs, so it may take a little bit of time to do the analysis with and without school traffic. So it may be that we won't really know what the specific improvements will be until sometime during 17, 18. I don't think we want to spend the money until we really know what the actual traffic effects are for those neighbors.
Yeah, that's correct. We've been holding those funds till the buildings were fully occupied so that we could see what the impacts are.
Do you anticipate, or do you have items on our capital improvement project currently or coming in 17, 18 that would overlap with this, the monies that you anticipate using the $800,000 for?
We certainly have projects that overlap, yes. So, for instance, we have a paving project that's coming your direction that we'll be asking to do some paving on Lark Avenue. Certainly there's a direct correlation to the project there. We would anticipate aligning some of the paving project recommendations with some of the recommendations that have come out of or will be coming out of the bicycle and pedestrian master plan when you hear that. So there's a congestion relief element from a multimodal perspective in that framework. That's where we're at this point. I don't know that would take the full amount of funding that's available. And we would continue to want to watch that area for the impacts of traffic from the development.
What I was concerned about, or what my question is, I wouldn't want us to use monies that we could expend in other infrastructure projects when we have a potential in a year of $800,000.
What we can do is we bring projects where there is a potential overlap. We can provide that option to council so that you have a full understanding of dollars that you could use from the Albright settlement versus other GFAR, for example, dollars, and make that decision with eyes wide open.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that the terms that I mentioned only attach to $350,000 of the $800,000. The rest of the close to $500,000 was community benefit based on our dollar square footage, and it doesn't have those same requirements as the $350,000.
So using round numbers, $300,000 has to be used in the vicinity of Albright, but $500,000 does not?
That was based on a square footage, and I don't believe that has any requirements attached to it.
That's correct, and I think the discussion previously with the council was wanting to make a deliberate decision on the use of those dollars.
All right. Well, again, it would be helpful, at least to me, if when this comes back to us for GFAR-related expenditures, if these monies are called out to us and we are told, well, you can wait a year and use these, or you can use current funding. Thank you.
Any other questions? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This is maybe a little tangent, but so we're thinking about doing projects in the area of Netflix, and we have, I know it's not approved yet, assuming it gets approved, we've got the project at the Elks Lodge, so this probably needs to be answered by the Community Development Director, but is there any traffic mitigation funds that might come for that project which can be combined with these? You know, I'm just thinking completely in this area of improvements, maybe there's some more money coming out of that project also.
I don't have those numbers in front of me. Thank you for the question. However, given that it's going from a commercial, semi-commercial use to 4 homes, I would anticipate that there would not be traffic impact mitigation fees required for that, because it actually probably is technically a reduction in traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Leonardis?
I hate to get off on a tangent as well, but the intersection at Charter Oaks and Lark Avenue, I think we need to have a keep clear at that intersection. That's a very difficult intersection to pull out at, and I've witnessed personally a number of accidents in the last year at that intersection. So if it comes back during our capital improvements discussion, I think that should be revisited at that time.
We can review that with you at the time. We've been very resistant to keep clear markings on the pavement due to a lawsuit settlement that the town underwent several years ago. So there's something that's very difficult for us to move forward with at this time. But we can have that discussion, I think, very adequately with the capital budget program.
Councilwoman Judson?
This can no doubt be checked, but it's my recollection that when the council versus the ballot measure was considering Albright, there was an original motion made, or at least a suggestion of a keep clear pavement marking at Charter Oaks, and residents of Charter Oaks objected to that, which is why it wasn't included. So I'd be interested to check the minutes on that.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. For Mr. Conway, on page 6 of your staff report, where you have the graphs, whatever you want to call them, you have a line item for business license tax, and you have it, as I see it, $1.5 million all the way across through 2012. First of all, is that does that line item include the funds you've previously referenced as coming from Netflix? That would be the first question.
Yes, it does.
All right, and so that being so does Netflix give the same amount to us as our business license fee each year, or assuming that it continues to do better, will the amount that we receive continue to increase?
As Netflix, their business license tax is based on a percentage of U.S. domestic gross revenues. So if Netflix continues growing as rapidly as it has in the past, then we would expect that revenue actually would increase. So the Netflix formula, if the company does better in domestic revenues, our business license tax proceeds go up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So if I can follow up on that. So we know Roku now is becoming a large employer at the vacated Netflix old buildings. So you must have included some in here, but is there upside for them also? You know, we don't have as much history. Maybe you haven't yet included anything because you don't know what it's really going to be.
Councilmember Rennie, you're once again correct. Roku is very new to it. We had our first estimate applied for this year, and it was better than we had estimated, so we were pleasantly surprised by that, and we would expect as Roku also continues its growth, hopefully, we will see expected increases in revenue from that, but we haven't been able to quantify that with any real solidity, so we haven't fully factored that in yet.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. Following up from Mr. Rennie, I'm assuming that Roku will have to pay for a business license tax, but isn't a component of Roku also sales tax? I'm not positive about that, so it's a question.
I believe they have, it depends on their sales desk and where it's located, but if they have any hardware or I believe Roku does have a hardware aspect to their sales, and it would be taxable sales in California, limited to California sales, but then we would share in that. There's a 6-month delay, but we won't see our first Roku sales tax data until they have been selling product out of a sales desk based in Los Gatos for at least 6 months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Any further comments, and or can we capture this in a motion? Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot public testimony. I don't have any speaker cards on this, but would anyone like to speak on item number 11, our mid-year report? Oh, okay, seeing none. I now turn to the council. Councilmember Johnson.
I'm just going to try a motion. Thank you very much for all the information and contained in the earlier study session. But we have 5 action items on our front page. First is to receive the mid-year budget performance and status. We've done that. My motion would then, as to B on page 1, I would move that we adopt the budget adjustments or authorize the budget adjustments as recommended in the second quarter budget performance report, which can be found at attachment 1, page 13. That we receive the town's 5-year financial projection. We have. So that's not part of the motion, so the motion is to authorize the budget adjustments in attachment 1, to approve the resolution transferring $1.984402 million to what's going to be part of my motion as the newly created CalPERS OPEB fund, which is that transfer is contained in attachment 2, and the renaming of the CalPERS fund to a combination CalPERS OPEB fund, that the council authorize that and change the policy as contained in attachment 3.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any questions to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. It passes unanimously. Okay, we now move to number 12, which is our fee and fine schedule.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council members, Gitta Ungvari, Finance and Budget Manager. This is my pleasure to present to you this evening the proposed comprehensive fee and fine schedule for fiscal year 2017-18. Regarding to the fine schedule, town financial policies requires that certain fees are maintained to allow cost recovery based on the actual cost. Or the comprehensive fee schedule with all the changes highlighted can be found it's the Exhibit A to Attachment 1 of the staff report. The fines is designed to discourage certain activities within the town. Or the comprehensive fine schedule with all the changes highlighted can be found on Exhibit A to the Attachment 2 of the staff report. This is staff recommendation. The Town Council approved the proposed changes of the comprehensive fee schedule and the comprehensive fine schedule effective July 1st, 2017. This concludes staff presentation, and if you have any question, Finance Department and other directors are here.
Thank you. Any questions, council members? Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayak. I know it's stated in the report why, but why would we reduce our overdue library materials fee from 50 cents to 30 cents when we're already collecting 50 cents? I realize that it's been stated in the report that that's more in line with what other communities do, but I imagine that there was a reason why we initially put it in at 50 cents, and how much will this effectively cost us as a community in our budget?
So in addition to the best practice that is mentioned in the staff report, the other thing that we're changing operationally is that if somebody were to pay the fine and then later find the book, we're no longer accepting those materials. So we're basically saying if you've lost your book, you need to pay the replacement cost up front. So that way we're not fining and then having to do replacement later. So by adjusting our approach to replacements, we're able to reduce our fines for the book collection.
So in other words, it doesn't sound like there's any net loss in revenues
No, we've actually done a pretty good job as a town in terms of being able to recover our fines. And what we're really wanting to do is encourage people to use the library and return the materials promptly. And if they don't, then they need to pay the replacement cost of the item rather than just having fines build up.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question of staff. Somewhere in the staff report, I know it says that on the basis of cost recovery, we're going to change the permit parking for residents from about $43 a parking pass to $86 a parking pass. And I asked Ms. Pravetti, and I found out that there are 1,350 parking permits in our community. My concern is that when we more than double that fee tonight, or we might, and then nobody in the town knows about it until they get their invoice sometime later this year, it could be of concern because they're probably not, probably don't have hundreds, if not thousands of people looking at our meeting tonight thinking, oh, they're going to look at the parking permit. So I have a question about having a surprise when our residents get their bill.
Council Captain D'Antonio, Los Gatos Police. I don't know how to avoid them not having the surprise when they get their bill. We are looking at moving to full cost recovery. We did do an analysis of the time it takes for the parking control officers to actually go through each of the 5 preferential parking areas and came up with a figure that would lead us towards full cost recovery. So that's how we came up with the $86. We could obviously scale that increase over a 2 or 3 year period if that was the will of the council, and so we would be open to suggestions on that.
Vice Mayor and then Councilwoman Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. So, when I first saw this, I started thinking, what drove you to increase these is, they're looking for more preferential parking sort of further and further from where he does his normal route. So, for example, he's already going to be doing downtown. So then the Almond Grove is a preferential area. So it's sort of in the same route. Now we add Withy or something. So he's got to drive all the way across town. So it seems like that adds more costs. So I struggled with, can we charge less for, say, Almond Grove permits and more for ones that are further away that really cost more? Have you thought about, I'm trying to figure out if that's fair or not. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So we did. We thought about it a lot of different ways to try to be as equitable as possible. And when we looked at to be efficient in managing the parking control officer's time, that it would take 3 times per day to go through all 5 of the areas, and it was just, it's difficult to equate which ones would cost us more just based on going farther out. So that would be a difficult calculation.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, it's very unusual to have different geographies have a different fee. Typically, when municipalities have parking fees, they would be levied, or any fee really, it would be levied on a town-wide basis. But we did do several different calculations to come up with cost recovery, and quite frankly, this was the cheaper of the options, and we did share them with the policy committee. So there was a little bit of vetting, but perhaps not the outreach to all current permit holders as suggested.
Councilwoman Jensen.
A question and a comment. The question is, do the fine and fee schedules have to be adopted as a whole at a particular time, or can certain things be taken out and adopted later or changed later?
They can be done at any time.
Okay. So the comment is that the policy committee has been working on preferential parking at different designations because, as the council is fully aware, we're getting increased requests for preferential parking, and whether that works or not. We have a couple of pilot programs in place now. We've gotten great assistance and information from the police department. Thank you very much. With respect to that, and are trying to move to a cost recovery model, at least in the policy committee, in what we're looking at, in order to actually take into account the police time that's used in enforcing those preferential parking areas. And the policy committee actually discussed at our last meeting a proposed model for preferential parking going forward based on some areas that we already have, and essentially changing the model. So if there was concern on the council regarding that one particular item in our fee schedule, then perhaps a compromise position would be to remove that until the recommendation from the policy committee comes forward, which should be coming forward very soon to a council meeting where it could be fully discussed.
And I would just add, I believe our parking, it goes on a yearly basis, a calendar year as opposed to a fiscal year. So in fact, at any time you could take this issue up and before the next fiscal year, because we're already in February and everybody's already paid for 2017. And staff can correct me if that's wrong.
That's right. So the renewals went out basically.
So that's correct. It is on the calendar year.
Okay. Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this one, councilperson, I think cost recovery is appropriate, acceptable, and that we should have as a town cost recovery. The only reason I made my comment is that I could anticipate 1,300 residents, or how many ever there are, getting a double bill in, I think, October. That might be very surprised. That was my only point.
So I'm going to make a comment on this as we move forward with this. If I please remind me if I'm remembering incorrectly, but there was going to be more outreach from staff with regards to the permit parking scenario that we were envisioning. And is this appropriate time to go ahead and share with permit holders that a fee increase is being considered, and whether or not we want to actually put that increase, the dollar amount, but just the fact that there will be a fee increase and that this will be discussed at a future meeting?
So on March 7th, we are tentatively scheduled to bring forward to the full council the policy committee's recommendation regarding preferential parking. And as part of that recommendation was the desire to do outreach to the neighbors. So if the full council agrees with that recommendation, we would include the potential fee increase with that outreach, not only to the high school, the proposed high school zone, which you'll hear more about in early March, but to all permit holders so that they have the benefit of providing comment. And then we could set a date for when that fee increase would be coming back to you for action.
Any further comments or questions from our council? Would anyone like to venture into a motion? Oh, I am constantly forget. I'm on a roll. Okay, public testimony on this action, on this item. And Ms. Dorner, I am so sorry. I'm going to write in big letters, public comment.
Hello, Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. This will be really fast. I'm making a formal request for public documentation for whatever cost recovery scenarios you have prepared for this parking permit process. I know that I see a parking person maybe once in the morning. I don't see him all afternoon, but I know where I believe he is. And definitely they write a lot of tickets at exactly 6:30. So I wonder if the parking tickets are being included in this cost recovery model, because I can tell you just the ones written in front of my house would, I think, more than cover more than cover the cost of these tickets. So anyway, I just really think that that's critical. I also think that going around the Alpine and maybe a couple of the other areas after this high school time is not necessary. Just like I think that's why they don't go through the Almond Grove until 6:30 or 6 o'clock, although we do have 2-hour time limits, which does get abused as well. Thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Dorner? Thank you. Tom Boyce?
Tom Boyce, Almond Grove. So I was just shocked to hear this number, and so I think that some of the comments that you have made among yourselves are let's have some outreach, because you'll have 1,400 people coming in saying, why am I paying double? And I certainly, we've had our share of tickets that are expensive written in front of our house between 6 and 6:15. So we've always considered that this was a revenue generator for the town, and so I would hope that the cost recovery would also take into account whatever revenues flow from the tickets, if it hasn't been. Thank you.
And any questions for Mr. Boyce? Okay, any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public testimony and look to council for any further questions, comments. Councilwoman Jensen.
I'm going to try a motion. And my motion is that the council, we adopt resolution, which is in attachment 1, approving the comprehensive attachment 2, comprehensive fine schedule without alteration. And secondly, that the council adopt the comprehensive fee schedule that's contained in attachment 1 with the change that the proposed increase to residential parking fees be deferred until such time as the full council considers the policy committee's recommendation with respect to preferential parking in the town of Los Gatos and any fees associated with it.
Second.
Comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we now move to item number 13, which is the plans and specifications for our Almond Grove Phase 2 project.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. And I'm here tonight to talk about the approval of the plans and specifications for Almond Grove Phase 2 and also to authorize the bidding for Almond Grove Phase 2 project. So first of all, I just wanted to highlight some of the recent council actions and meetings that we have had regarding Almond Grove Phase 2. So the council did on September 6th confirm the basis of design and also for changing the sections of asphalt within the Almond Grove Phase 2 boundaries to concrete. They also did confirm that we should bid all 8 streets together, so we have moved forward in that direction. Additionally, we came forward to council on December 20th with an update. At that time, we discussed tree replacements, we discussed ramps, we discussed utility upgrades, and also project schedule. So I did want to highlight again about the utility upgrades and the project schedule. As mentioned at that December meeting, the utilities do need work in some of the Almond Grove streets in the Phase 2 project. Now, currently, the streets that don't require any utility upgrades are Bayview, Glenridge, and Tate. The other streets are going to be requiring some utility upgrades on those streets. As far as the schedule goes for how the project will move forward, we are asking the contractor to propose how they would put that schedule forward. And the reason we're doing that is because the contractor is going to know best how to phase their work in the most cost-effective manner. So we're hoping to get a better cost by doing that. Ultimately, the town will need to approve that schedule. Now, we will be asking the contractor, and in the specifications, it does have certain criteria they have to meet for that schedule. So one of the things that they need to meet is they have to start on the streets where there is going to be no utility upgrades. So we having contacted the utility companies, we believe all the utility upgrades will be completed by 2018, winter of 2018, which then would make the remaining 2 years available to do the other streets. We are also asking the contractor to keep a north-south and east-west connection open during the Almond Grove when they propose that project schedule to us. We're going to be asking them to do 2 to 3 streets per year, and also to fully complete the entire project within 3 years. So we did have extensive resident outreach on this project. We had 3 street-specific meetings just to discuss trees. We had 3 street-specific meetings just to discuss the design and also what was going to happen in front of the residents' properties. We had mailings and door hangers both to all residents for these meetings. We've had next door postings. We do have an Almond Grove Phase 2 website that we keep up to date, and on that website people can sign up for the Notify Me option, which allows them to get instant emails and text notifications when we post an update. We've also had many one-on-one discussions with residents that have either come in or called us or emailed us. Now, this is a chart that I have shown council in the past, and what this chart shows is the connection between project definition and cost uncertainty. And as I've mentioned in the past, as we move closer to our project definition, our cost uncertainty goes down. So now currently we have a 100% cost estimate from our design consultant, which is the line in the red. But ultimately, until we bid the project, we will not know exactly what the project will cost. And that is why we do want to go out and get the project bid, so we will have 100% certainty on what the project cost will be. So our next steps is that we're hoping council will approve the plans and specs tonight and the bidding, and we would then come back to council for the award of bid, showing council what those bid results were at the April 4th meeting. And we're hoping to start our first year of construction this May and do the closeout of the first year in December of 2017. So again, our recommendation is to approve the plans and specs and authorize the bidding of the Almond Grove Phase 2 project. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you. Councilmember Leonardis, why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Ms. Peterson, what are the utility upgrades that are actually being done? Why will they take so long to do? Or why would the window of time to have them completed be so long?
So the majority of the streets right now do require San Jose Water to upgrade their main lines. San Jose Water is currently undergoing preliminary design to do that work. So they actually have to go and get the survey information, they have to get the soil information, and then they have to put the plans together, and then they have to put it out to bid. So it does take a considerable amount of time for them to do that. But they are hoping to have all of that complete by winter of 2018, which then would allow for 2018 and 2019 to do the remaining streets.
So it's only the water lines. That's pretty much it for the upgrades.
We also have a San Jose West Valley Sanitation District, which is upgrading sewer line on Bean, but they're moving forward with that and should be complete with that within the next, I think, few weeks. Additionally, PG&E is contemplating replacement of a gas line on Masal.
One more. During our last hearing, or one of our last hearings on this, we discussed the Cat's Hill and whether it was going to remain in asphalt or whether it was the reason why it was done in asphalt, and what is the latest on that?
So currently, based on our discussion both with Cat's Hill, also with the council did direct us to move forward with changing out the sections of asphalt within the Almond Grove Phase 2 area to concrete. We did contact the Cat's Hill committee. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting his name right now, who we spoke to, who is the president, and he actually was fine with either keeping it as asphalt or concrete. He didn't have a set idea of that he needed one versus the other.
That begs one more question. So, based on your, discussions with the organizers of the race, the condition of the pavement there now on Cat's Hill, does it warrant replacing?
They did not necessarily say it warranted replacing. They did mention that they had in the past put some money forward to do some paving repairs, asphalt paving repairs on the street.
All right, thank you for now.
Councilwoman Jensen, and then Vice Mayor.
Follow up on the asphalt to concrete question, because I know that we had discussed it before. In addition to the Cat's Hill area, there was also a section, I forget where it was, but it was essentially paving somebody's driveway, because there was an assurance to that person that they were going to get the concrete. Am I remembering that correctly?
So I think what you're thinking about is that there was a section on Bayview from Pennsylvania to Maine, and one of the residents that's actually right at that junction there had been requesting that we make the streets there concrete, and had also mentioned they were having some drainage problems.
Okay, and what was the cost of that, and what's the length of the section that we're talking about?
So Bayview, that section is about 160 lineal feet from Pennsylvania to Maine that we would be changing over from asphalt to concrete. There are some additional costs, though, that would be incurred besides just the cost of changing from asphalt to concrete, because, of course, we also do have driveway approaches that have to be redone. There's, curb and gutter that has to be redone. There's conforms. There's also some drainage improvements that we're doing there. So all those are adding as well into the cost.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out that 160 feet for the one person, how much?
So the total cost for doing that section is about $200,000, and that would be from Pennsylvania to Main Street, that section of asphalt, changing it over from asphalt to concrete.
Okay, and the cost of repaving Cat's Hill is what?
The Cat's Hill area is more about $150,000 because there is not as much. You don't have the sidewalk, and you don't have issues also with the driveway approaches along that section. So it's a little bit less.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. The question I wanted to ask, and I might come back and ask one on the subject we're just talking about. But so in the report, your diagram showed we're at much closer certainty to knowing the cost now that we have the design done. How does that compare to what we thought the cost used to be? On page 3, you say that construction costs are now $12,725,000, and we had a remaining budget allocation of $12,750,000. So is that what the $12,750,000, is that what we used to think it was going to cost, and so it reduced by $25,000 as we?
It was in the same range, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in other words, you more or less guessed correctly a long time ago.
We came close. It was a little different.
Okay, so then, since Councilmember Jensen was asking the question of cost, the third piece of the Almond Grove that's not currently concrete, that is asphalt, that we're going to change to concrete, is the extension of Bean, which is really about 6 people's driveways. What's the cost of changing that asphalt to concrete?
That's about $90,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to these more discrete changes for which you have been giving us an estimate, is there a cost to not go forward and use concrete? In other words, if we changed the plan?
I think that it is something that we can negotiate with the contractor because it is less than 25% of the quantities, which is the point where it ends up being we'd have to maybe go out for a design change.
Thank you.
Actually, I'll ask a quick question. I recall when this came to us, there were 3 areas that we were looking to replace asphalt that had just been renovated to concrete. The Bean, the Bayview, and was there another area?
It was Bean, Bayview, and the one area on Nicholson, that very steep area on Nicholson between Glen Ridge and Saul.
Got it. Okay. And so in the current plans and specs, those 3 areas are included to be converted to asphalt.
Correct.
And what is the cost? So you have an estimate for Bean, you have an estimate for Bayview, and what's the estimate for Nicholson?
About $150,000.
And so the totality of those 3, would it still be below the 20% where you feel you may be able to negotiate it with the contractor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peterson, was there a part of Glen Ridge that was also covered with asphalt at the very end of Glen Ridge that was done several years ago when they overlaid asphalt over the old concrete road that we were considering replacing?
Yes, there was. That, however, was never included in the Almond Grove Phase 2 project limits.
So that area has been excluded with the current design that's on the table, is that correct?
I believe those limits were set probably about 6 years ago or so.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so now I will open up to public testimony. First speaker, Angelia Dorner.
Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove, and you guys did answer quite a few or brought up quite a few of the things that I was hoping to address. First off, I just wanted to show you something that I was not able to show you at last week's meeting, but I wanted to show you that QES report actually discloses the PCIs as of August of 15. So those are on the right-hand side. If you will notice also that the staff report in September of 15 indicated that the ones on the left were the PCIs because that is what they use to dictate which would be first and which would be last. So the only other thing that was really having a big impact on the question of prioritization of streets had to do with utilities. I'd been asking for information on utilities since May of 15. And in October, it was indicated in staff's report that they had several communications sent to and received from the various utility companies. And I asked for that in a public request record on December 1st. I told you that I had requested that on December 1st. On December 15th, I was surprised that I had not yet received that information. I didn't ultimately get it 2 days before Christmas. Anyway, I did show you this schedule that I thought would be very, very useful to have completed for all of the streets in the Almond Grove because all of our utilities are so out of date. No one really has any idea what has or has not been done or when it has been done. Now, we were told in our resident meetings in December, 2 months ago, that all of the upgrades to utilities would be done by the end of 2017 or the beginning of 2018. Now, maybe it's just what's being called winter of 2018, but the plans and specs say that they will be completed by the winter of 2018. To me, that means December, meaning that there only is 1 year left. So we have 2 years worth of utility work. I really think we need some clarification there. Otherwise, that's pretty much going to dictate what the priorities of streets are based on prioritization of the utility work. Also, the residents really do need to have that information. These three streets are the ones you guys have been discussing. Bayview, if that's what the square footage is, that's fine. There is a large driveway on someone's personal property, which is scheduled to be done over in concrete. I don't know whose that is, and I doubt that that's in the numbers that Lisa just gave you. However, I do understand why Bayview would want to be so that the whole street is concrete, because that was originally done in concrete. Nicholson, I do want to report that the...
I'm sorry, Ms. Dorner. I'll see if there's any questions for you. Councilmember Leonardis?
I'm interested in hearing what Ms. Dorner has to say about Nicholson and Bean.
Thank you. So Nicholson, because it is currently part PCC and part asphalt, I was able to obtain the PCI for the asphalt portion out of the QES report. The condition of the Cat's Hill is a PCI of 88. That is in very good condition. Also, I understand that it is very costly as to the slope and some of the other conditions that are required for the Cat's Hill race. Now, Barry Gordon, who is the president that spoke with PPW, told me specifically that at first his reaction was, oh my God, no, we already put in money to get it exactly the way we want it, but we don't want to get the town mad. If the town wants to do it, then we're going to have to find some way to do it. Now, I understand he polled his whole club and that all of those communications and emails have been sent to PPW. I have not seen those, but he did report to me that they were about 50-50. Some who were extremely upset that they were going to be messed up, and if it was messed up in concrete, was that going to ruin the race? And others who said, oh, well, you know, if we have special engineering and special grading and all this other stuff, of course it would be great. So that's my stuff with Nicholson. I just don't get why we would do that if it's working so well now at a PCI of 88. As to Bean, that street going from Massal to the western end didn't exist when these PCC streets were laid. It did not exist 40 years ago when we talked first about doing these streets again in concrete. So I do not know why we would want to do that. It just leads to a couple of townhomes that are in the back. It has nothing to do with the historical integrity of our area, our neighborhood, our town. And I think that the cost estimates for those three combined are obviously wrong. The amount for Nicholson has got to be a lot more than the piece that's on
Thank you,
Bayview.
Ms. Dorner.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Leonardis?
One more. How do you feel about the end of Glen Ridge?
The end of Glen Ridge was already, it was somewhat of a composite street. Capurso and Larson decided to go ahead and do that from Hernandez all the way down to Pennsylvania with a thick overlay at the same time that they did all of the other streets, asphalt streets above the Almond Grove. Now, supposedly, they did all that work for like $800,000. That's what was reported. All those streets up there. They spent a lot of money doing it. It's in perfect condition now, even though it was done back in 2012, 2013. It's still in perfect condition. So I don't know what the rest of Glen Ridge feels about that, but it has never come up in the last 2.5 years that we've been discussing this project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Dorner. Okay, Tom Boyce.
Good evening again. Tom Boyce, 134 Wilder. I'm here mainly, again, I spoke at the last meeting briefly to say thank you to all of the members of the council for 2.5 years of hearing from residents, sometimes with the messages that you probably didn't want to hear at the time, but you listened. We are on track to get this done in the correct manner. The staff, which I criticized a couple of years ago, has done everything they possibly could to get a good engineering company to get this design done correctly. They've done good outreach consistently. We've been kept informed. The budgets that I saw 6-7 months ago very much are the same budgets that we began to think were the right budgets. So I'm really here to say thank you for getting this project to this stage and to urge you to accept the staff recommendation to approve the specs and plans, perhaps with some further discussion about those areas that are converting to maybe save some money by not doing those little stretches of asphalt to concrete. But overall, I've gotten 99.9% of what I hoped to have when we first moved in 39 years ago. Let's get it done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Any questions? Okay. Terry Duryea. Duryea.
Well, hello, good evening again, Town Council. I just wanted to, didn't plan to speak here, but I wanted to tie to my earlier allegory that I was talking about. And our iceberg is melting. I just ask that can the town afford to upgrade streets that have been paved in asphalt that it appears aren't otherwise in need of repair? If it costs $500,000, I tried to pull some numbers together. I'm not sure exactly how much it costs. One way to look at that investment, if you want to call it an investment, is we're paying interest. If the alternative, and I'm not arguing this is an alternative, I'm just trying to talk about opportunity cost. If it was invested at 7% or avoiding paying 7% interest, would be costing $35,000 into perpetuity. All I can do is ask, or what I would do is ask the council, when making the decision, consider the town's other financial needs and make the decision in the context of our total needs, not just this individual transaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public testimony and move the conversation back to council, Vice Mayor, and then Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peterson, I don't think I completely understood some of the answers you gave, so I'm going to ask this question again. So if we remove the 3 streets that are not currently concrete, how much do we save?
It'll be about $440,000.
So we're able to remove those without a penalty to our bid price or anything?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Spector.
Thank you. Along the same lines, only a flip part of that. If we leave those sections as asphalt and do everything else as concrete, will there be additional cost in the years ahead for repair or resurfacing that wouldn't occur with concrete? And if so, do you have a cost estimate?
There would be costs that would be incurred. As I recall from when I presented this back in September, Nicholson is in pretty good shape. I believe the other 2 sections one was in average shape and one was not in too good of shape, so it is less than average. Ultimately, asphalt does require more maintenance than concrete, so there would be additional costs that would be involved with that. I don't have that cost with me.
Thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
I prefer council member. Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Ms. Peterson, what was Nicholson originally paved out of? Was that originally made in concrete? Do we know?
I believe that was originally concrete that was overlaid with asphalt. And again, I had all this information when we talked in September, but I'm sorry I didn't bring it all with me tonight.
And one more follow-up question. do we have a diagram of the three areas that have been discussed here this evening? I know we are all familiar with it, but I'm less familiar with the part on Bean that is being discussed. Is there any diagram that we can look at?
I believe it.
Slide.
Let's try and pull up a map from the internet.
I think actually, if you can pull up the council report from September 6th, I believe it was included as an attachment to that.
Just give us a minute and we'll have it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question while that's happening?
Yes, please do.
A related question to Ms. Spector's question. What you're telling us that it's a $440,000 cost to do those three sections in concrete. Then the flip was, well, don't we have maintenance for asphalt? Those three sections that we're talking about, one of them you said is 160 linear feet. One of them is the Cat's Hill. I don't know how long the other one is, but how long is it going to take the town to spend $440,000 on those three sections in repairing asphalt? I mean, it's a number of years, correct? 20 years, 30 years.
Well, and again, I think as I've mentioned to council before, if we can maintain our streets when they're in good condition, such as the section on Nicholson that's in 88, and prevent it from dropping down into a lower condition category, you can keep the streets in good condition for many, many years. Any other questions, Council Member Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Peterson, it was brought to our attention that the condition or the PCI of Nicholson is 88, and you mentioned last September it was in very good shape. Do we know what the PCI is on those other two sections that were described?
And I did have that information in September, and I'm sorry I did not bring that with me tonight. But as I recall, one of them was in fair condition and one was in less than fair condition.
And it looks like Shannon's going to try and pull. Can you pull that report for us? Yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Two things. So in Ms. Dorner's slide, she said Bayview was 77. I don't know if that's correct or not. The other thing I wanted to point out, the picture up here, one of the concerns Mr. Leonardis brought up in the past was the interface between concrete and asphalt is cumbersome, maybe is the right word. Currently, where Pennsylvania comes down to Bayview, that's where there's one interface on Bayview. If you extend it so that you now have a yellow line, you're now going to have two interfaces, one horizontal on Pennsylvania, one vertical at Maine. So you go from one interface, which is currently vertical at the edge of Pennsylvania across Bayview, to two interfaces. So if you don't like concrete to asphalt interfaces, we're actually making it worse, not better.
Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just listened to what Mr. Rennie said, and I think what he mentioned was that you would have, if it were replaced in concrete, there would be less transitions. Is that correct? Or would we be making it worse?
Vice Mayor, do you mind clarifying that?
Sure. So currently, there's one transition because it's the yellow line doesn't go all the way to Maine. Right now, it stops at Pennsylvania. So imagine that line stopping about on the right side of that red circle. That's your one transition. Now, if you look at what's up there, how many transitions are between the yellow and the white? There's two, one at Pennsylvania and one at Maine. So we've gone from one transition to two transitions. So it gets worse if we extend the concrete.
Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate the further explanation. I was just thinking of all the streets up there that are being proposed to be replaced with concrete, those three circles. that was the one that made the most sense, and the others did not make as much sense. Particularly number 3, which we know that is in good condition. And the reason why I asked Ms. Dorner about the end of Glenridge is because I realized at one point in time that was a concrete street all the way through, but when we did the repaving, the overlay back in 2012 or 13, they brought up the condition of that street, and now that one is not included in the plan, and probably for good reason, because, well, number one, nobody came out from Glenridge, I guess, and said they wanted it replaced, but number 2, the condition of the pavement on the end of that street is good. So I find it difficult to go and just tear out a street that's in good condition, especially in the area of number 3. Again, we've discussed a little bit about the PCI of number 2 and number 1, those circles there. But there was a speaker who mentioned, hey, if you could save in so many words, if you can save $440,000, you should consider doing that because the town has bigger spending priorities right now.
And if I could just say that if council wants it, you wouldn't have to make a decision on this tonight because we would be coming back in April to provide the bids, actually what those bids came out to be, and it could be something that the council could make a determination at that time. And I could also bring back again what the PCI condition was of those 2 other sections of asphalt streets, if that's helpful. Any other questions, comments, and or a motion? Councilmember Leonardis.
So based on what Ms. Peterson just mentioned, do we have to make a decision on this tonight, or could the motion be bring it back in April with the bids or something like that, with or without those 3 circles?
It sounds like we don't have to, but if you would like to make a definitive motion one way or the other, it's your...
So excuse me, we would also need to approve the plans and specs and approve bidding of the project.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson?
Just want to make sure that I understand what Ms. Peterson is telling us. What we're being asked to do is to make a motion to approve the plans and specs and authorize bidding. As I understand it, that is still the request. The only part that could be deferred is the discussion of whether to include those 3 sections in that bid. But what you're suggesting is that, okay, well, you don't have to think about it now because we'll give you more information. But if the council wanted to take those out now, it could do that without jeopardizing or costing the bid or costing any money, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. I would be inclined to move forward with approving the staff recommendation and authorize the bidding for the phase 2 of this project. I would probably omit circles 2 and 3 and keep circle 1 in there. I appreciate what the Vice Mayor, Mr. Rennie, said about circle number 1, but I think if all of Tate is going to be concrete, then all of Bayview should be concrete. And I'm taking into consideration what was said about the PCI on number 3, what was said about saving the town some money where we can save some money. And I'm taking into consideration that whatever is considered in bubble number 2 may not have been part of the original Almond Grove Street layout. That's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second to the motion? Councilwoman Spector?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any comments or questions of the motion? Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've not been at all in favor of doing these 3 circles. I think we have other priorities to spend the money on. I walk past that part of Bayview frequently, and I didn't really think it's that bad a condition. 77 doesn't sound that great, but I'm really apprehensive about tearing up streets that are in pretty good condition that are asphalt and they're fine the way they are. They're not going to need any maintenance for a long time. And like I said, we have plenty of other places, other priorities that we would want to spend this on. Mr. Leonardis is suggesting what I would call a compromise of removing 2 of 3. I'm considering supporting that motion because it goes 2/3 of the way almost to the position I preferred.
Council Member Jensen and Council Member Spector.
I agree with the Vice Mayor up until the point where he said he would consider supporting the motion. I will not be supporting the motion because I cannot justify tearing up streets that are well above the 70 PCI that we're required to get for our Measure B funds to be able to spend them just in a discretionary fashion when we don't have to. So I can't support the motion unless it included all 3.
And then Council Member Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. To me, it just seems like if you exclude what's in circle number 1, that you have 90% of a street done in concrete, and then you have one little piece done in asphalt. Again, if you move that circle down to Tate, if we were considering something like that on Tate, you would have 90% of the street done in concrete, and then the last 10% done in asphalt. It just seems incomplete. Whereas in sections 2 and 3, those are their own areas, and 3 is already in good condition. Number 2, we do not know the condition, but I was basing that on, as the Vice Mayor said, a compromise, not to spend $440,000 total, but to give us kind of a complete solution for Bayview, carry that concrete all the way through, so we have a nice, clean concrete street all the way through, symmetry on that street, I guess you could call it, consistency. And considering the quality of the pavement on area number 3, and considering what was brought up in the public testimony about circle number 2.
Council Member Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I supported Mr. Leonardis' motion is probably a more simplistic view of what he said. Not doing Nicholson is really clear for me based on the testimony, based upon my life experience. Not doing number 2 is very clear to me, same reasons. Not doing number 1 is not clear at all. So that's why I am supporting his motion.
Okay, and I'll weigh in. I would like to support the plans and specs tonight. I think we have discussed this at length, and I like the way the plans are coming about. As this was brought to us in September, I didn't agree with paving 1, 2, and 3 then, and still don't. I understand the symmetry that you're trying to achieve by paving number 1, but I also see another symmetry in keeping the perimeter of Pennsylvania, Maine, and that portion of Bayview as asphalt with a savings of $200,000. And that little piece actually has the highest amount attached to it. And for the variety of reasons stated already, I just can't justify spending the resources for that. Council Member Leonardis.
Ms. Peterson, is it possible that we can get some more information about that intersection? It does receive a lot of traffic. We talked about a cost of 160, you said, lineal feet, potentially some sidewalks being replaced. And you mentioned that it might only affect one person's home. Is that correct? Or is it more than one person's home and their driveway approach? And what actually, I guess we wouldn't actually have the cost, but perhaps an estimate of what the cost is, a more formal estimate of what the cost is.
So there's more than one driveway approach that goes along that section. I believe there was one resident that had contacted council regarding wanting the area to change from asphalt to concrete, but there are actually more than one residents that access along that section.
Council Member Jensen.
Just ask a point of order that the mayor call the question.
Okay, so if there's no other clarification on the motion, let's call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it fails 2-3. I look to the council for an alternate motion. Councilmember Jensen.
All right, my motion is to recommend that the Town Council approve the plans and specifications and authorize bidding for the Almond Grove Phase 2 project as presented in our staff report, except to exclude the conversion of areas 1, 2, and 3 on the map. That's Exhibit A, titled Asphalt Sections, called Almond Grove Vicinity Map, up on the board for tonight, from the concrete conversion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in. Did you have a Do you have a question, Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Fundamentally, I support this project. I always have supported this project, and I'm glad we're bidding all 8 streets at once. And I'm glad that we have the money in the budget. This is actually going to become a reality after so many years for the residents. So thank you for your 40 years of patience on this. The only reason I will not be supporting the motion is due to the confusion on bubble number 1. I think it's going to look weird. Quite frankly, I think it's going to just look weird.
Councilmember Spector?
I'm not going to support the motion for the same reason. Not only the appearance of the Bayview, Maine, Pennsylvania area, but its substance and its durability. For all of those reasons, if I had more information, I might be able to support this motion. But on the basis of the information I have right now, this evening, I won't be able to.
Okay. Any further comments? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it passes 3-2 with Councilmember Spector and Leonardis opposing. Yes. Okay, so before we move on to item number 14, we are going to take a brief break, 5 minutes, and let's return to council chambers at 9:25. We now move to item number 14 on our agenda. It's conditional use permit application U-16-005 located at 140 South Santa Cruz Avenue. And it is to request to modify an existing conditional use permit to allow entertainment before 10 p.m. Ms. Arnowitz, would you like to give us a brief staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This application is one of several that are anticipated as part of the new late-night entertainment policy. It's looking at modifying CUPs that were previously approved with restrictions on entertainment in order to come into alignment with that policy. So with this application, in September, it came before the Planning Commission, and the Commission took testimony and requested a noise assessment in order to address concerns by neighbors, particularly of previous problems with the previous owner and noise at the site. In November, the applicant came back with that noise assessment, and the Commission continued the item to January in order to recommend further outreach with neighbors. In December, the applicant met with the neighbors and outlined the proposed conditions in addition to another one. So those would be noise monitoring, the specific speaker location, which would be consistent with a noise assessment, and also prohibiting percussion in live bands. So in January, the Commission actually recommended approval of the application subject to the recommended conditions, and also with the following modifications: limiting the requested entertainment to Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, as well as requiring maintenance of a noise meter log and Commission review at 1 year. And so this evening, we are forwarding the Commission's recommendation to approve the request to modify the CUP, and we are here to take questions, as well as Monica Wren, the Economic Vitality Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Jensen.
I have one question. Thank you. Our staff report on page 3 suggests that the council could consider changes to seating at the toll house, and maybe this is for Mr. Schultz. Because the applicant hasn't come forward and requested a consideration of that change in their CUP, my assumption is that the council cannot consider that unless the applicant specifically requests it, because they're only requesting a change to a particular condition.
That is correct, but the language we are asking to be put in is only consistent with our interpretation for the past 15, or staff's interpretation of those clauses which came up at Planning Commission. So we felt as long as it was going towards the interpretation that had been in the last 15 years, that was okay to clarify that. But if council was going to say not take up the interpretation of staff and go a completely different way, then I believe we'd have to not do that and do a separate proceedings to modify the conditional use permit and notice it.
Follow up? Yes. So you're talking about staff interpretation for the seating, correct? And the seating is not a subject that's been brought forward.
Has not been brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question about the percussion limitation suggestion by the Planning Commission. So I guess the first question is, so percussion meaning they don't want somebody with a drum set out there, but there's also percussion in DJ music, for example. Are they just talking about a drum set?
It was limited to live bands, so percussion in a live band is the language that was used in the hearings.
Okay, so follow up to that. So how did they come up with percussion? Was there percussion in the noise study? I know people think that percussion travels further, but was there anything in the noise study that included percussion or showed it any different?
The noise study looked at noise in general and not, what was actually generating that. But we actually, the applicant, I think, could speak better to that this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Ms. Androwitz, I actually had a question about the logging of the noise. Are there devices where you can log it for a year out?
That's our understanding, that could be recorded and then documented digitally and then reported back.
And was the Planning Commission envisioning reporting it at the 1 year mark, or was it going to be was the toll house providing the information on a continual basis during that year?
So I believe they were envisioning providing the information over that whole year, like every weekend, what were the readings, and then having a log for that whole year and bringing it back to the commission at that point.
At that point, okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll follow up on that. I thought that the Planning Commission recommendation, or maybe I was reading the noise report, recommending a log for what they called location C1 or alternately C2, but I think I saw somewhere else in discussion about having a noise meter with log out in the neighborhood also. So was neighborhood included at all, like at position L10 or something like that?
The recommendation was consistent with the noise assessment, to my understanding. So that would be those two. There were two positions, C1 and C2. There were two locations for that in the noise assessment. And they were within the courtyard. But keeping those at certain levels would prevent the noise from being outside of the site at above the noise ordinance allowance.
So if I could just follow up. So is it plausible or implausible to also have a monitor out on the street on Broadway somewhere?
I think I would let do we have the noise consultant here this evening? Yeah, so I think the applicant has the noise consultant here this evening, and that person could best speak to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And just to make sure I understand, so the noise log, it would be recorded, and then it would be provided back to the Planning Commission only at the 1 year mark when they were going to review it?
Correct, the readings, in other words.
So if, say, sometime over the summer there were some enforcement issues, would those logs be used for the enforcement, or would we still have to wait for the 1 year mark before anything could take place?
Well, I'll take a stab at that, in that the late night entertainment policy requires that all entertainment meet the noise ordinance. So if there were an enforcement issue, there could be one, prior to the 1 year mark if it didn't meet the noise ordinance and there were a complaint. So there's nothing that allows the entertainment, not to meet the noise ordinance.
Member Johnson.
Just to follow up on the mayor's question, again, I'm going to make an assumption that the council, should it wish, at any time or at the conclusion of this hearing, could decide on its own to change when that reporting period is. So we want to come back in 6 months, want to come back in 3 months, whatever it is. The council can do that at its discretion. All we have right now is a recommendation from the Planning Commission, correct?
That's correct.
Councilmember Spector and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the staff, under the Planning Commission's recommendation to council, if the monitoring discovered that there were violations of our noise ordinance, that would not, again, under their recommendation, necessarily mean that the CUP would be revoked or revised.
Right, that was not part of the recommendation. I mean, it was just to have the report back, and then assuming at that point a decision could be made.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll follow up on that one first. So what that decision made, what? Does that mean that the CUP is conditional? It's a conditional use permit until that 1 year point, and then we can revoke it? I mean, what is the decision we're making that they're recommending we make in 1 year? A lot of hand slapping, or?
It could be hand slapping. It could be changes to that condition to make further requirements regarding noise studies or other requirements regarding when the hours could be for entertainment. It could be a multitude of items, or completely going back to the current condition that wouldn't allow entertainment.
So if I could follow up, my understanding is when we give somebody a CUP, they've got it, then we can't change it easily. So we're not really giving them a CUP then until this 1 year point is up.
No, we would be granting them a CUP now, and if we were to a year from now have that review, we would have to make sure that there would be due process, and we'd have to make findings. We couldn't just revoke the entertainment permit or the entertainment requirement in the CUP because we wanted to. But we would, if there were findings of repeated noise violations or repeated noise going over the requirement, again, maybe they did go over the requirement of the noise. Maybe a year from now the report says they exceeded the noise levels 15 times, but in fact there were absolutely no complaints. Then that's something we have to look at on whether the noise restrictions were too heavy. Same token, if they didn't have any noise violations but received 45 complaints, then that's something that we could adjust as to what their noise requirements would be. That's the process I see it would go through. And if it's both complaints and noise violations and there's just no cooperation, and then the town could go through that and revoke that section of their permit.
Slightly different subject maybe. So there's a lot of anecdotal stories about in 2011 a lot of loud noise coming out of the toll house, which obviously violated our noise ordinance, but it doesn't seem like anything was ever done because it continued all summer. Why is it going to be different now? Are we pursuing code violations more vigorously than in 2011, and what's going to happen after this 1 year period is up?
So I'll go ahead and jump in for Mrs. Arnowitz here. So I don't have all of that information in front of me, but I believe at that time there was, which was brought up during the Planning Commission hearings, there were a number of issues resulting from a previous operator. That operator actually applied modify the use permit to try to make some modifications. Ultimately, they ended up withdrawing that before a final decision was made. Typically, historically, if you have a violation and you come in to rectify that via submitting an application to make that modification, then staff has typically stayed that finalizing the violation for fines or revocation or anything along those lines until that process has finished. It's my recollection that following that withdrawal, that I think there may have been a couple other activities that they had previously scheduled that were allowed to happen by staff, but following that, that action that was a violation had ceased.
So let me make sure I understand. So what you're saying is they were able to continue not because we weren't paying attention, they were able to continue because they were in the process of trying to make it legal.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll chime in just with the code enforcement is being pursued much more aggressively. You authorize the extra half person, which is at night. We've also completed the code compliance policy book in the handbook in the last year, and we're much more aggressive as to enforcing code enforcement. But I think with noise, it is very difficult. I mean, we'll get complaints on noises. I'm thinking of another area we receive the noise complaints. We've gone out and done measurements at different times. It's a business that is ongoing. And so we can't always be there at the same time that the noise was. Someone might complain of the noise, and when we get there, that noise isn't there. I think in this case, steps have been made to where they're going to have real-time monitoring of noise so that if there is a noise complaint, you could sync that up with exactly what the noise readings were at that time and know if there was a violation. Again, though, you might still have complaints that don't exceed our noise, and that's, I think, what the Planning Commission was intent on coming back to see whether they do mesh up. And that's the scenario I just gave you, is you might have complaints without noise violations, and that's when you assumed, when you said your scenario in 2011, there may well have been noise complaints but not noise violations. If that makes sense, because you have a DB reading, and people have all different sensitivities as to what the noise levels should be at. But we look at it strictly as from our noise ordinance and what the dB level has to be at a certain point away from the property. And two people could be standing there and have completely different sensibilities as to whether there's a noise violation or not. So we look strictly at the noise dBAs, which if you remember when I brought that forward, my priorities is one of that is to look at our noise ordinance and the readings that are in there, because it was done in 91, and should they be redone as to what those levels are where they create a noise violation.
Manager Pravetti?
I just wanted to offer, as you continue this public hearing and listen to testimony, that there is a proposed condition from the Planning Commission regarding the review, but if the council wishes, you could tighten that condition up a little bit. So if you wanted that log or any of those readings to be available to the town staff at any point within that year for enforcement or other purposes, we could make sure that that data are available to the town. So there are ways to get at the root issue of what are the actual noise readings. So that's something for you to think about as you listen to testimony.
And one last question before I open it up to public testimony. Since you brought up alternatives, other than, as Vice Mayor said, revoking a CUP is rather difficult. So is there an alternative to allow a test period without necessarily granting a CUP? Could you, for example, waive enforcement of its current one for a year without necessarily changing it?
No. I don't like going at it that way.
Okay.
If you remember when we did our policy, the recommendation of staff at that time was to have a separate section for entertainment permits that would be outside of the conditional use permit, but we didn't do that. We invoked the policy instead. And with their conditional use permit, You certainly can. I can't tell you you cannot do it, but you certainly can direct staff that you're not going to enforce the CUP condition, but then they don't have to put up noise meters. They don't have to do all the things that you're trying to get for this trial period. I personally do not believe it would be difficult in this case. It's one thing to revoke a conditional use permit completely and tell them they can't have a restaurant, they can't have a hotel, but to revoke an entertainment permit, part of it, one section of a CUP, that is not revoking their actual use, I don't believe would be very difficult in this sense. If in fact that's what's council's desire in a year, I don't believe it'd be difficult to make those findings as long as there were findings that we could make.
Okay. Council Member Spector.
Thank you. For the town attorney, along the lines of the mayor's questions, could the council's decision be that if, for example, that any time the decibel level exceeds the ordinance, if it's found to exceed the ordinance, then that portion of the CUP is revoked?
Yes, I don't know why you would not be able to say if there's any violations whatsoever the noise ordinance, then all entertainment ceases, and they're not allowed to have any further.
Thank you.
Member Jensen and then Leonardis.
Just following up on Ms. Spector's question, we just approved a fine schedule tonight, which included in it various demarcations. For example, first violation, $100, second violation, $500, third violation within X period of time, $1,000, which is for a clear violation of our code, basically providing financial penalties that get more extreme over time, but never, just to use an extreme example, put you in jail. And so Ms. Spector is suggesting a single violation involves a revocation. Have you ever heard of anything like that? And does it comport with what we just discussed in our fines?
So it doesn't comport with our noise ordinance. Our noise ordinance specifically says that a warning will be done first, and then the first violation is $500. And so that's what our noise ordinance says. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't put in your conditional use permit, despite what it says in our noise ordinance, any violation of the noise ordinance will result in a revocation of this section. But certainly it does not comport with our ordinance.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Question for staff. Is it possible, people look at the CUP as all or none kind of thing. Is there any other options? For instance, could they just get a special entertainment permit? Say they knew they were going to have 10 weddings this coming summer. Could they not apply for 10 permits to have an exception and have outdoor music for those events approved by, I think our language says, the chief of police or somebody else, and all those things?
So I don't have the special permit ordinance right in front of me. I can look it up, but I believe it was it 3 or 4 1/4 is all you could do, or 3 or 4 within the calendar year, and that's why we had to do the contracts with Jazz in the Plaza and with Music in the Park, because they were exceeding those number of events in the quarter. So when you say 10 or 12 a year, I think they would probably be over the number that you could get through a special event permit.
Also, I think our economic vitality manager might want to speak to this as well. But again, before 10 p.m., that's allowed by right, unless the CUP specifically prohibits it, which is the case here and in others.
Some more follow-up. So you said 3 or 4 per quarter. So if it's 3 per quarter, that would be 9 events from June, July, August. So if it were 12, if it were 4 per quarter, that would be 12, 4 June, July, August. And then with following up with Ms. Zarnowitz said, is it possible, the CUP specifically prohibits it, but if they applied for the permit, they could get an exception, provided that it was cleared by staff. It goes through some kind of a process, I would imagine. It's not completely prohibited under any circumstances. Is that correct?
No, their current CUP does not allow them to have entertainment. So if they had come in and we weren't in this process and they asked for a special event permit with entertainment and a band, we would deny that special event permit. And that's my understanding.
Yeah, typically we don't allow people to circumvent their conditional use permit with a special event permit. And then I think either the town attorney or I will pull up the special event section. I think it's 3 or 4 a year, not a quarter. But we can pull that specific language up.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
I just want to be sure that I understand before we start taking public testimony, various discussions about, quote, by right, the new entertainment policy. So right now, townwide, the council has adopted an entertainment policy which basically says you may have entertainment up until 10 p.m., should you choose to do so, without a CUP. But if you want to go beyond 10 p.m., then you must come into the town for a special permit. So am I right so far? Okay, I'm seeing heads nod. And so what we have before us tonight is a CUP in place from 1994, which in this number 7 paragraph says, quote, no music, entertainment, or amplified sound shall be allowed in the courtyard. So it doesn't have any time limits, doesn't have anything, just says you can't do it. And so the request before us tonight is to change that, to bring it into conformance, essentially, with the current town entertainment policy, i.e., you can do it up to 10 o'clock, but not later, with planning commission recommendations that say, and you must log your decibels, and you can only do it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and you must come back for a review. Am I right about what we're looking at here?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open public testimony. The applicant has 10 minutes collectively. And I'm not sure, did you submit a speaker card?
I did. Jim Gurney.
Jim Gurney. Okay, thank you.
Just make sure. You good to go? Great. Good evening, Town Council and staff. My name is Jim Gurney. I'm the Regional Vice President and General Manager for the Toll House Hotel. I think Ms. Arnowitz has gone through pretty much the chronology of our quest to really kind of level our playing field with the other businesses in Los Gatos. A little history is we purchased the hotel on December 10th, 2011. I came on board on October 1st, 2012, and was immediately brought into the loop on the conditional use permit and the restrictions. The exiting manager that was leaving had been inherited by the previous company and really at length talked about what the challenges they had experienced with having live music on the courtyard. They were pretty candid. They said, hey, we did this. We got challenged on the violation. We petitioned for a change for it. We lost. We sold the hotel. You bought it. You live with it. We accept those terms. From 2012 until June 21st, ironically 8 months ago today, we had honored the conditional use unequivocally by telling all the customers that had events on our courtyard it could not include any type of amplified sound, music, or live music. We've had no issues. As a matter of fact, during the Planning Commission meeting, we actually went back on a 2-year check to try and understand if there was any violations or challenges by the police for any type of issues at the hotel. And quite honestly, the only issues that came up are ones that we brought to the attention of the police, which really involved internal guest issues. So we had no issues with the use of our space. And I think we had a relatively copacetic relationship with our neighbors because we were accommodating the conditional use permit. On June 21st, as that changed, we immediately became aware that we had an opportunity to do what everybody else could. We went through the process of applying for the application for the modification. We went through a number of meetings. We went through 3 Planning Commission meetings. And one of the things that we found out during those planning commission meetings is that the interpretation of our outreach was being interpreted differently by different people. I'll be honest, I don't sure I was the best person in the world doing it. Our idea of doing outreach was, hey, let's throw a party. Let's invite everybody to show us what we're doing. Let's let everybody look at what we're doing. And that was perceived as not really being as ingenuous as it really needed to be. As we continued the process, the sound study was conducted, and we actually had many of the neighbors that were directly challenging us involved with our sound study and actually interacting with us during the sound study evaluations with the sound engineers. I think the date was September 29th. So we really looked at that and said, wait, we are interacting with our neighbors. We went to the Meadows. We went to Broadway. We actually had sound meters on residents' locations. So we could say unequivocally, this is not a subjective evaluation. The delta between sound at the point of location on the courtyard, which is C1 on your thing, and any particular location would have a variance of X amount of decibels. That doesn't change. Doesn't change if you're playing rap music, if it's loud voices on the courtyard, what type you're doing. The decibel, or not the decibel, the percussion thing that was asked about earlier really came up during the planning commission meeting, that drums or something that really, I said, okay. As we evolved in the process and we began the negotiations of it, we said, hey, we're happy to negotiate, but we're not going to negotiate with ourselves. Please come up with a list of priorities. And that was really kind of a little bit of an impasse for us. We met on December 5th with a group of neighbors, and we talked about that. Their expectation was we were going to bring to the table a number of concessions, and our expectation we were going to kind of let's make a laundry list. We walked away from there without really any type of concession other than the fact that any modification of the conditional use permit was going to be challenged, and the fear of going back to 2011 was too great of a risk for anybody to roll the dice on. You know, had just June 21st, 2016 not happened in the policy changing, we probably wouldn't have gone through this process. I think that the relationship that we've had with our neighbors has been reasonable. I don't know that we are like best of friends. I would say that we're probably not, although I do know that some of our neighbors have hosted plenty of events or other events at our hotel and had a pretty good experience. But as we evolve on this, there's a couple things that came up on the compromise that I would like to just kind of highlight. Is when we originally discussed the compromises, we said, okay, let's look at percussion. Okay, I don't want to have a live band out there. I want to have like a celloist during a wedding for some classy things. I want a celebration of life to be able to have some reasonable DJ music so that somebody can actually have some connection to music with the celebration of somebody else's life. I would like to be able to have a wedding out there where the minister can actually be heard. These things I can't do today. So I really I wanted to make sure that the compromises that we made make sense. And the monitoring, all in. I think that we should be able to do the monitoring. We talked about how do we measure it. Apparently there are monitors, and our sound engineer is here. His name is on there. I don't know if he needs to come up or not. Alex Salter is his name. If we'd like him to come up, he certainly can come up and qualify some information. But there is a sound instrument out there, a decibel meter, that can actually record real time and will keep data for us. We can download. It will exhaust the memory limits at about maybe a week or so. So if we download the report every week, we could have a real-time report that would show it. We could go back and submit it or do whatever we wanted to do with it. Or if there was an issue, we could go back and track that. So we can do that. I think that one of the things that came up that was kind of crazy for me is that they said, well, we can only do it Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, there are plenty of situations that happen, whether they be social or corporate, that happen on Monday through Thursday. And I think excluding us from that window is really not in line with what the policy really is all about. I'm okay with a reasonable time, maybe use 8 o'clock Monday through Thursday. But to eliminate our ability to be able to do it on those 4 days of the week really tell me that I am still at a significant disadvantage to some of my peers in this business. My ambition is not to be at a disadvantage. You know, we read the language of the policy, and I just want to read it real quick because it kind of strikes me as being very odd. In an effort to enhance the customer experience and ambiance. That's all we do. We are in the guest experience business. We don't make commodities. We don't sell widgets. We sell experiences for people coming to a hotel, having an event at our hotel, dining, creating life experiences for themselves and their families and other people, and our ability to do that today is limited. I think the recommendation to move forward on this is very reasonable. I think the 8 months that we've been pursuing this, the $35,000 we spent so far, between the expenses as well as the application fees, suggests that we are all in on this. I think that our take the high road approach has been very reasonable. We've been as respectful as anybody to our neighbors, to the process, to the commissions and the Planning Commission. And I think at this point, our request is that today we've got enough information on the table that we understand what the town policy suggests. And I think that we should be able to move forward tonight with an approval policy to modify our conditional use.
Thank you, and we'll see if there's any questions. Council Member Leonardis and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. One is, I'm not entirely familiar with your hotel over there. Do you have like an indoor ballroom, say you're going to host a wedding reception? Do you have like an indoor area where people dance and you can have a DJ and play music and all those kinds of things currently?
Yes, we do.
And then the other question is, how many events do you or would you be anticipating hosting should the council approve your CUP this evening, your modification?
That's an unknown number. To answer your question, I would like to do as many as reasonably possible. The outdoor ambiance of Los Gatos and the kind of the design of that courtyard really lends itself to doing many different types of things. I think the real key thing comes down to, is there an ability for us to be able to host events with entertainment on there with zero impact to our neighbors? We believe the sound study says we can.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor and then Council Member Jensen.
I'd like to ask questions of the sound engineer, so maybe Ms. Jensen wants to go first.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Leonardis' questions. I'm assuming that the events that you were talking about would not be limited to a wedding. So, for example, you could have a corporate event come where somebody needs the mic to talk about their PowerPoint, or you could have a birthday party or some other thing like that. Not everything that you anticipate, if this were to go through, would be a wedding. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you also use both the outdoor space and the indoor space for weddings simultaneously? So I could have a wedding inside and I could have a wedding outside. So, I mean, I think that what Mr. Leonardis is wondering is, well, I could let you have the wedding outside, but I put the reception inside. Do you sometimes double book those spaces?
We do sell as much space as often as possible. This time of year, we actually try and have a wedding backup contract. It's funny you mentioned that. This weekend we actually did have an outdoor wedding on Saturday. That worked out okay, not great, but because we had an inside wedding at the same time, we were unable to flex that space. But I will share with you that the outdoor wedding did not have any type of amplified sound or music. And our indoor space, although it's beautiful, has 10-foot ceilings. You know what? The outdoor space has infinity. The ambiance of selling the outside space, why entertainment is such a appealing idea, and why perhaps it came up to the town council, is that in order to increase the vitality of the people in this town, let's create an ambience that's superior than being inside a cramped indoor space. Our outdoor space is specifically designed to accommodate these things, and if we can do it without impact to others, then we're within the guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, quick question before we move to the sound engineer. So you're right, you do have a beautiful outdoor space, and I have been to events where there have been opportunities to hear the speakers without a microphone. So explain to me again why you need amplification, whether it's at a wedding or at
Sure.
a
If I have, the fire code for that courtyard is roughly 260 people. 260 people sitting for a wedding ceremony are going to push many of the people back 50 to 70 feet. A minister will not be able to be heard in the last row of a wedding for that many people. The wedding we had this weekend outdoors without amplified sound in the rain had 180 people. And although they understood the risks, the clients were fine, it was far less than optimal. Not being able to have amplified sound for the minister or any type of bride down the, music as the bride's walking down to the ceremony. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're inhibited that we can't do on the courtyard. That space is so beautiful. It is meant to be used for those things. And I keep going back. And the discussion has always been, even with the Planning Commission, is there a way to do this with zero impact? And if I can have just 1 minute, going back to 2011, I'm very respectful of the challenges that were experienced, but I think that our behavior from the minute we bought that hotel to today and moving forward has clearly demonstrated our commitment to that partnership.
Do you ask your questions of the sound engineer?
Yeah. Could I ask questions of the sound engineer?
Yeah. Alex Salter is his name.
Yeah, and when you come forward, if you could just introduce yourself so that we have you recorded.
Yes, good evening. My name is Alex Salter with Charles Salter Associates.
So the sound report seems to say that we should be able to play music without ever bothering the residents. And so let me start off with a basic question, make sure my understanding is correct. So our sound measurements are in dB. So every 3 dB is a cut in the sound level by half, correct?
No, the 3 dB is about when you would notice a change in noise levels. The human ear has trouble detecting anything less than that. It would be a 10 dB increase or change in noise levels where that would be perceived as maybe a doubling or half as much noise.
So in here you've chosen the receiver that has the lowest attenuation, which was 12 up at the Meadows and 14 at the apartment building. So you set, based on the 12, you said, okay, there shouldn't be more than this level at C2. So effectively you're saying at the Meadows the music is reduced a little more than half then.
That is correct. We wanted to, survey the area, find out how noise traveled, and essentially set that conservatively to where we have the least amount of noise reduction that would be exposed to the highest noise levels.
And so in the test you said you had the speakers facing the south wall. Is that the worst case condition? What if they had the speakers in a different direction?
We had the test set up and asked the Toll House to set it up as they would typically have it during an event. So I would ask that they sort of elaborate on whether that could change or whether they would want that to change, but my understanding is that would be the typical setup.
And so I heard anecdotal stories, I'm not sure if it's actually said in here, where you played at the noise limit and people couldn't hear it at the receivers out on Broadway. Is that true?
There was some anecdotal evidence that it was very difficult to hear, if not able to.
So some of the positions like L10 said it was 23 dB. So that would, to me, if your calculation's right, that's only a reduction of 4 times of the sound level, but they still couldn't hear it?
So, your perception of noise and your ability to hear it is also based on the ambient environment around you. So it depends on what other noise is generated in that area as to what you would be able to perceive and hear as well. This study focuses mainly on the limits of the noise ordinance, as that would be what would, what this would be subject to. That if the CUP, the revision to the CUP is granted, that still that doesn't exempt them from meeting the noise ordinance. And so that is the study that we have performed here, and that's based on the Town of Los Gatos municipal code and the noise zone map that sets the ordinance limits in various areas surrounding the toll house.
So next question. This is maybe a subjective question. When you were doing the test, how loud did the music seem to you? Did you want to turn it up more if you were in a crowd? How close to ear splitting were you? I'm really trying to understand in 2011 how the neighbors could be so bothered with music heard up and down the street. It seems like in the toll house people would have to be wearing earplugs if it was that loud, and that's what I'm trying to understand here.
Right, and I mean, unfortunately, I'm not sure I can shed any more light on that. I mean, it was different ownership. We were not involved at that time. It would be purely speculation if I were to comment on that. When we did our testing, we asked Toll House to set the noise level at something that they would want to be able to play it at, and that was used as our starting point. We did adjust that level to see, okay, if we had it a little bit louder, how would that affect the received noise levels in the adjacent neighborhood? And with the ultimate goal of setting this limit at that courtyard location C1, C2, so that they could monitor the noise levels that they were generating and having the offset to, or the attenuation into the adjacent neighborhood, we would have an idea of where, we would basically know that we would not be any louder than the noise ordinance if we were staying below this certain level in the courtyard.
Another question, if I could. So to make sure I understand which the south wall is, I believe the south wall is the one across from the restaurant, so you had the speakers kind of at the restaurant aimed at the wall across. Is that right?
It was against the wall where the fountain is, pointing towards
Actually, Mr. Gurney, we don't have you recorded, so if you could come forward to answer that question.
My apologies. The south wall is the retaining wall. It's in the courtyard where the fountain is, and the speakers faced towards the interior of the hotel. I think historically, back in 2011, when there was a ban, the speakers may have been pointed in the other direction towards Broadway.
Okay, thank you.
But our compromise was to always have the speakers there.
Okay, thank you. Another question, I think one last question for the sound engineer. So you only did this on one day, and I think that humidity affects how much sound travels. More humidity should allow it to travel more. How much more could we vary with humidity? And was this a very humid day?
We discussed this at the previous Planning Commission hearing. Certainly, wind, temperature, pressure, all of that does have an effect on noise. With this amount of distance, generally that has a greater effect over very long distances. So if you're, miles away from a train or, for example, I live, 2 miles away from a BART line. Every once in a while I can hear BART go by. And some nights I don't. At this distance that we're at right now, we would not expect those noise levels to vary significantly, 1 and 2 dB, somewhere in that range, but certainly not, 5 or 10 by any means.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. My questions are for the sound engineer also. Thank you. Mr. Salter. Does there exist digital decibel sound meters today?
Yes.
And do they permanently capture what they are measuring?
What do you mean by permanently?
Well, I mean, how do they capture the decibel levels? And is it permanent so that they can't be modified? What's the mechanism?
There are ANSI standards, ASTM standards for the components of the sound level meter. The microphone would be calibrated to a certain level so that it ensures that it's measuring accurate noise levels. The internal components are rated to these standards as well. Could there be some physical tampering with it? I suppose that's possible, but then it would be out of these standards and not, measuring correctly. you would be able to tell, from the data whether there's been a significant, tampering with that, and we would do, or the toll house, as part of our recommendations, we would say that should be calibrated every so often. You can put a field calibrator on it to ensure that it's measuring correctly. You can send it away to be qualified by a third party as well.
And is that information, well, first of all, you actually said something that I hadn't even thought about. How could one tamper with the data?
I mean, it would be downloadable. You would convert it to an Excel spreadsheet. So it could be, I suppose, manually, doctored to a certain extent. But that again, I would say that you would have some corroboration in terms of, this is something that's being conducted by Toll House Hotel. They're monitoring these noise levels, so they could be required to submit if they're still receiving complaints, and maybe that at that point they're required to go out and do a spot check of receiver noise levels, and at that point, that could be done by a third party. And so there are many checks and balances that could be part of this. I can't look
right.
you
Well,
in
my
the eye
questions are
and-
actually going to avoiding checks and balances. So is there any way for the sound meter to digitally capture the decibel levels, keep them from being, prohibit them from being modified, and share that information with the town?
They can be hosted on a website that someone could have access to. Again, I mean, I can't. It could be something outside of the toll house. If it gets hit with someone during maintenance and the microphone gets damaged, then sure, that's gonna skew the data. So I can't tell you that 100% there's a foolproof mechanism that will guarantee that the data is going to be 100% accurate. Is that something that's likely? I don't feel like it is. No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen?
I just wanted to follow up on that. The device that you would anticipate using, describe how it downloads data. Can I direct it to download data to wherever I want, or is it self-contained in the device and I have to go and download it? So, for example, I put the device up and I say, please download data to the town. Can it do that?
There's many different types of devices. The most common way would be for you to go to a website and pull data for a certain period of time. So I want to look at May 1st to May 15th, and you would tell it, this is what I want data from.
How does the data get from the device to the website?
It would be sent via either a cellular or a Wi-Fi network. It could be a wired network as well. It would be accessible essentially through the internet, and it would go to the cloud.
Right, but so what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, let's say I'm sitting up here in the council and I say, wow, that's a good idea to have a digital recorder to monitor this sound, and I know that people are going to be interested in what the data is. And so in order to do that, I would like the data from this device to go to X website that the town hosts, your company hosts, a third-party certified sound engineer hosts, somebody hosts so that the data resides there. How do I set that up?
I would say that would be something that the toll house could do. We can assist them in that. It could be any number of parties.
So I could make it go to wherever I want, basically. I take the data and I program something for the data to go wherever I want.
Well, in terms of it being automatically sent, there are some limitations to that, but it would be hosted on basically an available website to anyone that would have the web address and a login to access that.
So that could be the town.
That could be the town.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So at this time, I will welcome public testimony. You will have 3 minutes, and then at the end of the public testimony, the applicant can come back and make closing arguments. First speaker, Tom Richards.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Tom Richards. I live at 62 Broadway. I'm also representing my wife and 2-year-old daughter, who goes to bed every night at 7:30, every night of the week. I looked at the list of instruments that would exceed the decibels that they're calling for, and I was a little surprised that they include things like violins, cellos, clarinets, oboes, flutes, horns, all of which would be allowed, and those are unamplified. And also, a crowd of 200 people makes quite a bit of noise. We're probably making more noise right now than would be allowed in some of these times that are being discussed here. I also want people to recognize that the company spent $35,000 on this request. I'm not sure how much a $500 fine is going to do to really affect behavior. You know, insanity is doing the same thing multiple times and expecting a different result. Outdoor music and parties didn't work last time. That was before I got here, but I trust my neighbors that they didn't, and they won't work now. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Richards? Thank you. Next speaker, Mike Verga.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Mike Verga. I reside at 46 Broadway Avenue. I am here representing the Broadway and Clifton Avenue neighborhood. With almost 100% agreement, the neighbors surrounding the toll house, including the Meadows Retirement Facility, do not want to see the conditional use permit of the toll house changed. Although the council passed an entertainment policy allowing businesses to have the ability to provide entertainment by right, this change did not apply automatically to businesses with existing CUPs. We feel that the Toll House CUP, which expressly forbids music, entertainment, and amplified sound outdoors, including no banquets, receptions, and conferences outside, was put in place over 20 years ago expressly to protect our neighborhood. And for most of the time, it has done just that. We do not want to see that protection removed. The Toll House courtyard is unique because of its size, with the ability to hold up to 200 to 300 people, and the fact that it is outdoors. These two factors make it wholly inappropriate in a residential neighborhood. The Toll House moved into our neighborhood, and when they did, they accepted the rules that came with the territory. When myself and others moved into the historic Broadway neighborhood, we understood the rules that come with the territory. The very restrictive regulations regarding remodeling, for example, it comes with the territory. Changing the rules at this time is entirely unfair to the residents surrounding the Toll House. The Toll House currently has indoor music and conference facilities. They are not in any way at a disadvantage competing with other business. Many activities occur downtown: Jazz on the Plaza, St. Mary's Fair, Farmers Market, and many more. They all have benefits, but there are costs involved too: noise, parking, etc. There has to be limitations. It cannot always be more and more. The town council has many responsibilities, including representing the residents, and in this case, a small number of residents. Most of the residents in Los Gatos would not be affected by outdoor entertainment at the Toll House, but a minority would be negatively affected. The town council that implemented the current CUP realized this. By protecting a few, the town council ultimately protects us all. It stops a majority, or ones with more resources, from taking advantage of a minority of residents. The residents closest to the Toll House need this protection. We are most vulnerable to excessive events, noise, etc. We need you to be restrictive in some cases. This is one of them. We need your protection. Please do not change the Toll House CUP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verga. Any questions? Okay, no questions. Thank you. Jillian Verga.
Hi, I'm Jillian Verga, also at 46 Broadway. I've spoken now, this is the fourth time I've come to talk about this issue. I spoke as many others of my neighbors did, at the September Planning Commission meeting, and at the November Planning Commission meeting, and at the January Planning Commission meeting, and now here. There has been a lot of energy from the residents on this particular issue, and I think that there are many reasons for that. We all have our various reasons why we think this is so important. I think a lot of it boils down to enforcement. We are concerned about enforcement. If you read the restrictions that the Planning Commission has added to the proposed CUP change, it seems like it should be able to go forward without affecting us. But as we know from the way the current CUP is written, there are items in the current CUP that talk about restriction on no banquets, receptions, or conferences in the outdoor area, and yet those are going on now, as Mr. Gurney has discussed, with large numbers of outdoor seating, far exceeding 36, and clearly, I guess maybe a wedding is not considered a banquet, reception, or conference, but those activities are happening now, are supported by the staff, and, what's to say that the language around this entertainment doesn't get twisted a year or two from now so that it's now no longer considered important, just as has happened with the conference, reception, and banquets issue. We also are concerned about the long-term future. I'm hoping to live in my residence at Broadway for another 20 or 30 or 40 years, and I can just see 5 or 10 years from now, when it's a different town council, a different planning commission, and perhaps different owners of the toll house, people coming and saying, it just doesn't make any sense that we have these restrictions, and why should we have to track the decibel levels? So, we're continually allowing, movement in a direction that was restricted at the beginning of this, when the toll house was first put in place. There was clearly no intention for this to be an event center, which is the business that Mr. Gurney is trying to promote. I say we keep it as a hotel. They have entertainment indoors. They have plenty of room for conferences and receptions indoors. We should leave the CUP as it is. Thank you. Question?
You have a question, Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Sayoc. Ms. Verga, do you ever hear any noise from, say, number 1 Broadway at the end of your street, the live music?
I, in particular, am a very heavy sleeper, so I am not necessarily bothered by that noise personally, but I know that many of my neighbors have been have had issues with number 1 Broadway, and that has actually been mitigated in many ways by number 1 Broadway keeping their patrons inside and keeping the doors closed. And it's a much, much bigger issue at number 1 Broadway when they are outdoors.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, Dr. Karloff.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Kim Karloff. I live at 30 Broadway. We have lived in our current home since 1998. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of my family who are traveling because it's President's Week and it's time you visit colleges, as well as our neighbor, Gail Randolph at 42 Broadway. She's recently had surgery. Here's what I know for sure. And to be clear, the original CUP disallows music, entertainment, or amplified sound, and disallows banquets, receptions, or conferences, and courtyard seating beyond 36. From the beginning, it seemed like a good fit to have a hotel in that particular space, next to the oldest neighborhood in town, Broadway. It would be a place where people would be sleeping, as it is a hotel primarily, and perhaps sitting in the courtyard to read a book or enjoy a little sunshine. The courtyard was never conceived as an entertainment space. In 1994, the town established its alcohol policy. In 1995, conditional use of the toll house was written. Because the courtyard wall would abut our residences, the CUP wording was carefully constructed to ensure compatibility with the apartments and the homes along Broadway. Because sound can bounce, those considerations were made to help ensure a peaceful home and home life throughout the neighborhood. My family and I and neighbors have experience with amplified sound in the toll house courtyard, and it has been positively disastrous. In about 2008, previous toll house owners began ignoring the CUP and started holding loud outdoor events. The windows in our home would literally shake, and the invasive sound inside our house kept my son from studying, from going to sleep at 8:30, a little bit earlier, or a little bit later than you all. We couldn't sleep. We could not have a family dinner outside in the backyard or the side yard of our home. We moved to Los Gatos many years ago to grow our family, to grow ourselves as individuals, and to be part of this magnificent town. I'll cut to the chase. Not only am I opposed to changes in the CUP, I would request that the toll house be held to the current CUP in regards to seating and use. My neighbor Gail, my family, and myself are opposed to any changes to the thoughtfully and carefully crafted CUP. As it stands, and when it was abided by, it is appropriate to this location at the extreme end of the business district and in proximity to the oldest residential street and neighborhood in town. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dr. Karloff, I have a quick question. So I understand your position. I'm curious, since you are across the street, the applicant mentioned a wedding Saturday without amplified music.
Yes.
Were you able to hear that?
We can hear that. We can hear that. It certainly is not the same as when it's amplified, when we can hear it and feel it. We live in a particular area, both ourselves and 42 Broadway, where the sound comes right down, kind of a canyon, if you will, between the apartment buildings and the homes that abut the toll house. You can hear it then kind of carry up the street. I know neighbor Gail can hear it. I know others can hear it up the street as well. The noise has been prohibitive to us to eat outside in our backyard and our side yard in the summer months. And that's not why we chose to live where we live.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, one more, Councilmember Jensen.
I wanted to follow up on the mayor's question. She asked you specifically whether you could hear the outdoor wedding on Saturday. You said, we
Yes.
can hear it.
Yes.
Did you hear it?
Yes, we did hear it clearly.
Okay. What time was it?
You know, between work and school and water polo, I could not tell you the definitive time.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Next speaker, Catherine Summers. Actually, okay, thank you. If I could hand that to our clerk, just so we have this on record.
Good evening, Council. My name is Catherine Summers. I'm the Executive Director of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to show my support for the mitigated change in the CUP for the toll house. I'm hoping that you did receive all the letters that my directors on my board did send to you all this week. I've had about 4 other the board members call me today and wanted me to express their support for this as well. Also, I think just based on some of the discussions that I've had with a lot of the business owners in town who've now become colleagues and friends and whatnot, I think we all, I can speak on behalf of them, I think we feel that this is a reasonable request. I think that so much of the concern has gone back to the 2011 and everything that happened before then. It's a whole new leadership over there, and I think that it is really our responsibility to give this new group a chance and to kind of see what they can do. I think we have a lot of restrictions in place so that if it doesn't work out, there ample opportunity to revoke whatever we might give to them. I think by voting yes, it's a small win for the business community who is really struggling, and I think they'll look at this as an opportunity to bring other things forth to you and help the town evolve a little bit in the way that we have to. I mean, again, we keep talking about 1994 and the CUPs that were put in place then. It's not 1994 anymore. It's 2016, 17, and we really do have to look at this town as a whole and see where do we want to be in the next 20 years. And I think if we do it in the right way, we can really make some progress and actually have a win for economic vitality as well, which I think is so important. So I hope that you will look beyond some of those past years and grant the Toll House this exciting opportunity, and that we can all get behind it and make sure together that it works for all of us, and that that'll be a great new thing in town.
Questions? Ms. Summers, you have a question? Council Member Spector.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying about the applicant. You've been here and you've listened to the neighborhood also. How do you address their concerns?
Well, I can actually speak to that on a personal note. I live steps away from Testarossa Winery, and they have music. I don't actually even know what their CUP is or when if they have any restrictions at all. I also have 3 children who study a lot, and personally, I kind of like the fact that there's music around in the air, and that it just makes the town feel alive. I might speak a little out of turn here, but I think when you buy a property that is near a hotel, you know that there's going to be some compromise that you're going to have to meet. You know, you have to come to the middle a little bit, and I think the Toll House has been willing to do that. I think the fact that they're not going to have music after 10 o'clock and they're only going to have it on Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays, or whatever the restrictions are, I think that's fair. And I think, again, in this town, we're heading up against a lot of developments like this, or a lot of things that we're going to have to ask ourselves. What is fair? What's a good compromise? And how can we all evolve together?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. And our last speaker card, Angelia Dorner.
Going to, but I've been busy. Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I am hopeful that I never have to hear about the noise and the concerts from 2011 again. They have been talked about at every single one of these hearings. I lived through that. I could hear it where I lived on the other end of town. It was called Danny Hall, and no enforcement, no control. So let's put that aside. We have enforcement officers on duty now. Downtown is downtown. And what I've drawn here is Santa Cruz with little 2 rows of stores. And all of the highlighted marks are historical residences. So Broadway over on the top left is one street, and Toll House is a little bit further off that direction. My paper wasn't that big. But everyone in a historical neighborhood in Los Gatos is going to be subjected to sound that can be played by anybody. I don't know how many you're going to have coming back through asking to have their CUPs modified, but if someone does not have their CUP restriction, or they don't have a CUP at all, they can start playing it right now. So there's all these other neighborhoods or other neighbors who may be complaining, etc. I've been to all of the meetings at the Planning Commission in connection with this item. I have seen continual movement on the part of Toll House to accommodate, to do more studies, to come up with compromises. I have seen no capitulation on the part of the residents at all. And they continually go back to 2011. Now, we want to revitalize downtown within limits. for the quality of life for downtown residents. But that is what enforcement is for. And the guidelines that I believe have been set up here are ample proof and monitoring mechanisms that can provide both. What hotel cannot have entertainment, especially in a huge courtyard like that? What hotel? What hotel could survive with that kind of a restriction, especially with our property taxes and the cost of properties here? I just really hope that you find a way to give them a chance. They've put a lot of money into the Toll House. I don't know the owners or anyone, but I just think they need to be given a fair shake to be able to demonstrate that they're committed to enforcing themselves in this effort. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I will ask the applicant to come forward. You'll have 5 minutes.
Hi again. I think this discussion about have we put our best foot forward, have we done what we needed to do, have we met the minimum requirements in order to be considered to be as equal as any other business based upon this new entertainment policy has been beaten pretty healthy. I'm not going to really want to go there. I think there's one thing that really I want to consider here is that we've been asked to go back and continuances made for us to really try and negotiate compromise with our neighbors. And did we do the right amount of outreach? Did we do the right quality of outreach? I think it's pretty clear to everyone that we were told that we need to really give back something. We can't just say the conditional use permit entertainment line number 7 is going to be whited out of our conditional use permit. I get that. But we have come back with 3 very specific concessions that we suggested, which were the percussion, the speaker location, and the decibel meters. Those are 3. You know what? We want to have a zero impact environment. And more importantly, I think one of the things about a zero impact environment is that based upon the locations that we suggest the speakers need to go, all of the sound immediately is directed towards one group of people: our hotel guests. We are self-policing ourselves by pushing all the noise directly towards our hotel guests before it touches any other ear. We know that when we did the sound study, we had to provide some level of compensation for some of the corporate customers that said, this is out of control. It's 7 o'clock at night. This is crazy. I get it. You know what? We didn't really plan well for our customers because we thought we'd have tons of availability that night, and I didn't have to keep those rooms occupied. By golly, we sold them. They were occupied, and we offended some people. That was a good measuring, a good barometer for us to understand exactly how we need to do this. I think if we put tangible and intangible together about how we conduct our business, how we've done it for the last 8 months in our presentation to the Planning Commission and to this group here, I don't think anybody's going to argue that we haven't really put our best foot forward and that we've really wanted to make some concessions. But I will add a couple points kind of in closing, since I still have 2.5 minutes left, is obviously the year, the measuring, how do we do that? I think we need to prove our mettle at this point. There is a fear factor that exists from a previous owner that I respect, and I believe that I need to earn the recovery of that trust. I'm okay with that. I think the day of week restriction, as I mentioned earlier, is a bit too restrictive. I think saying we can only do it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday really does inhibit our ability to have the same right as other businesses. I'm willing to look at a compromise on the Monday through Thursday, as I mentioned earlier, but I would hope the town council would consider that we would be eligible at least for as much flexibility as everybody else within some reason. And if day of the week, Monday through Thursday, is an 8 o'clock for the first year or whatever, I'm willing to entertain that. And then lastly is on the decibel meter that has the transparent information, I think that we went out and looked at the cost of doing exactly what was suggested. I just want to make sure that we're coming up with a reasonably cost-effective thing. If it's going to cost me another $30,000 to install a transparent decibel meter that's going to be available to anybody in the world, that may not be a reasonable request at this point. Hopefully there's something where I want to be able to be transparent on the measurement. I want to demonstrate our level of commitment, honesty, transparency, and cooperation, but I want to do it within reasonable costs. Again, I want to say thank you. I think that, you know what, getting this far on this process has really demonstrated that, you know, the town of Los Gatos gets businesses, they get the residences. I will certainly leave it in your hand. I'm open for any questions, but I think it's very clear what I'm hoping my position is that the town council actually approves the modification of our conditional use permit.
See if there's any questions. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. You actually answered one of mine. I wanted to know whether the percussion was important to you or not, and you already said that was a concession. Another question I had, and you maybe just confused me a little bit, is what was the cost of the sound monitoring? You now talking about something that might be $30,000. Do you know?
Well, just to use their equipment and their expertise was a little over $10,000 to conduct the studies. That's not to put a permanent meter up there. We rented their equipment for a week.
Yeah, but you know that might be $1,000 and $9,000 for their expertise. So buying a meter is maybe $1,000. That doesn't.
Well, the meters they used didn't provide the level of integrity that was recommended with downloadability, web access, and some other things. This was their specific equipment, which was a high level of equipment, but didn't have all the bells and whistles requested.
So you're suggesting that something less than 10,000 is adequate, or it's not adequate? You'd have to pay more.
You know what? As we get very specific about what the town council is asking for us to be able to provide on a reporting basis, we certainly can look at that. Originally, the expectation based upon the Planning Commission's recommendation was that we be able to have a decibel meter that would download information that we could keep track of, and every 2 weeks it would drop off, and we'd print out the reports, and we would have a month or a quarter or an annualized report, and we can come back and we can say, here's all the reports that were printed out by the decibel meter. But theoretically, if somebody came and said, you know, today's February 21st, somebody came back and said, hey, last August you had an incident, I might not have digital information. I would only have report tracking.
Okay, thank you.
Did I help explain that?
Any other questions? If you could just repeat, you mentioned something and I didn't quite catch it. You mentioned the lessons learned, that you had changed your speaker so that they were pointing inward, and then you made a comment about having higher occupancy.
Yes.
And so what does having to turn your speakers inward have to do with the occupancy levels of your hotel?
As we looked at why we think there was risk prior to our ownership, there are still some employees that work there that were there and said, oh yeah, we had a band. The band would be placed in the back of the courtyard by the entrance to the interior of the area with the music pointing towards the fountain, which is pointing towards Broadway. As we did the sound study, we said, well, wait a second, we can't do that. We know that pointing noise in a specific direction is probably going to have greater impact. Let's own our problem. If we put it on us and the guests that are staying in all the courtyard rooms, which 50% of our 115 rooms are courtyard rooms, are going to be impacted by whatever experience we create in the courtyard, we have to do it in such a fashion that doesn't offend them. If it doesn't offend them, the probability of it offending anybody else is significantly less because we are the first line of defense ourselves.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Everybody.
Okay, I am going to close the public testimony. I look to council if you have any questions of staff and or comments, Vice Mayor, and then Council Member Johnson.
I'll just start off with a question for staff. I don't think the suggestion was to have speaker placement in the CUP. Is that a reasonable thing that can be put in the CUP? I think it's maybe difficult to enforce, but I guess if there's a complaint and PD shows up and the speakers are not where they're supposed to be, they could write a violation?
Right. The condition I believe in is to be consistent with the noise assessment. And the noise assessment does locate the speakers in specific locations, as well as the monitoring points.
Okay, thank you.
Johnson?
Okay, I'm just going to jump right in there, as I have been doing all night long. So to me, this is a question, and I'm going to remind the council members and also the staff, because I may be trying to pull from what I'm going to refer to right now. This is just a question of assessing a conditional use permit and whether or not it works to achieve the compromises that the town tries to achieve through conditional use permits. And the example I'm going to use is Hillbrook School, where, again, we had two very entrenched communities, neither of whom trusted the other, mostly based on things that had occurred many years ago. And now we're confronted with that again. And so the question that I had with respect to the CUP for Hillbrook and ultimately the conditional use permit that the council put in place for that was designed to achieve, first, accountability. From whom? Well, obviously from the operator, in this case, the hotel. You must be accountable for what you do, and you have to be accountable to the town, to your guests, to your customers, to those who rent your space, and to the neighbors around you. Accountability also to the neighbors around them. If there is a noise complaint, be sure it is from the hotel. Don't call the police and find out it's somebody having a party down the street, and don't hold them responsible for something that happened 5 years ago when there was a different person. That would be like a neighbor had a loud party at their house 5 years ago. You're upset, so you never want to have a party at that house, even though 3 different people have lived there. That doesn't make sense either. So how are you going to enforce, how are you going to get that accountability? Well, you're going to have transparency. How are you going to do that? You're going to put something in place, just like we put the counter at Hillbrook for the traffic. We put it up a noise meter, and we collect that data, and it's available to everybody who wants to see it, and we can see whether or not they are keeping their promise, not keeping their promise. Right now, we don't have any objective way to measure whether there's a violation. By putting a condition in place that is transparent and collects that data, we actually can say whether or not somebody broke the rules or not. And what does that lead to? Enforceability. So if you do break the rules, now the planning commission, the town, the neighbors, the police, the code enforcement officer, the hotel, whoever it may be, can come back and say, okay, guess what? You broke the rules, and now we're going to enforce these conditions, and we may change this condition. We may revoke this condition. And finally, I would say that it's a matter of fairness, because when the council decided to change the entertainment policy, they did it essentially to create a consistency across expectations for residents, for businesses, for whoever is going to come to town, that here is a rule, we know what the rule is, and now everybody's going to be subject to this rule. It's a very simple rule. And so it's fair in that respect, but it's also fair in the sense that this hotel that's had this CUP since 1994 is only asking to come into conformance with what the rules are for the rest of the town. They're not asking for a special privilege. They're asking to come up to what is in place now. So that's the first part of my speech. The second part is that we are looking at this now with a planning commission that has given us a recommendation to approve the CUP change with items in place that can create accountability, transparency, enforceability, and fairness. And they had 3 meetings on this matter, and they've come to us with a recommendation. We generally very much respect the work of our planning commission and try to respect their recommendations when they make sense. And in this case, I think they do make sense. So my motion, and who knows, I've made motions before where there's been crickets chirping after I've made the motion, so I'm prepared for that to happen tonight, but I'm going to do it anyway. But my motion is to adopt a resolution which is contained in Attachment 10, which allows a modification of the existing CUP to allow entertainment before 10 p.m. in conformity with the town's current entertainment policy, which would mean that if they wanted to go beyond 10 p.m., they'd have to come back for a permit. But my motion is to accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission, allow the modification to conform with the current entertainment policy and to require that decibel noise meters, whatever they are called, I apologize, I don't know the technical term, be installed per the noise study, that data be collected, that the data be transferred to the town, whether that be by storage in a cloud to a website that the town has that's acceptable, or whether that be a monitored printout every week that's transferred to the town and then posted, just like we posted and made available that information for Hillbrook School so that everybody could look at those traffic counts. That for the outset, what I'm going to call a trial period, that allowance of the amplification is for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as recommended by the Planning Commission, that this come back to the Planning Commission for review, and I'm going to say I would like it to come back in September. Why? Because the key to whether this works or not is going to be determined by what happens in the summer. So the monitoring and the report needs to happen, I think, to give it a fair shot to see whether it works or not, to come back in September once the summer period is over and we see how it has worked. So that is my motion, and we'll see if I get a second.
Council members, do we have a second? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So, I'm tempted to second it, but I'm unsure if it has all the components that we might want. And
I'm happy to consider additions.
So when I think through this, I definitely don't want to put the Toll House at competitive disadvantage, and I'm definitely sympathetic to them trying to make more money. Also worry about the residents needing to be protected. The noise study seems to show that they can have entertainment without bothering the neighbors. The question in my mind still becomes, and I like the trial period, but what happens when the trial period ends? What happens when the Toll House gets sold to somebody that's not as nice? How do we make sure that the next person along now has a CUP that allows them more latitude to go crazy than the current one? And it's not clear to me, so we're installing this noise meter. It's not clear to me it's going to stay beyond 1 year. So I guess that maybe let me start with that question. Is this a noise meter for only 1 year, or is it continue on and can be used to help enforce code violations?
The intent of the motion was that it be installed and it be permanent. What I was using for reference was basically the traffic count requirements and the that we put in place for Hillbrook School that have stayed throughout, and Hillbrook had to come back to us and report. I think it was after 6 months actually, before they got any new enrollment. But we put that CUP in place, and we basically said, show us that you can do it and make that data available to try to establish that trust. So my thought was that the noise meter would stay there, so that data would be available and that everyone would know, are you in compliance or are you not?
Second question, my question about the placement of speakers, is that also required?
I did not put that in specifically, but I did say, like Ms. Zarnowitz said, for the Planning Commission, in conformance with the noise study, which directs the speakers in a certain way. If you want me to say south wall directed inwards towards the hotel, I'm happy to do that.
Did you have a comment?
Just to point out that the recommended conditions do have Condition 8, noise assessment, saying that the owner shall implement at their cost all recommendations, and that would include a maximum of 2 speakers shall be allowed to be set up on the north end of the courtyard facing south, i.e. inwards towards the hotel. So that's all taken out of it, the noise assessment. It has to be done in continuously in conformance with the noise assessment.
So my motion did actually say at the start, in conformance with the noise study, because I was trying to capture the Planning Commission recommendation.
And one more question then. So the other thing I'm trying to get through my mind is, what if we're going to do a review in September. What if complaints come and they didn't violate anything? Are we able to, at that period, readjust?
I am assuming, for my purposes of my motion, that the review would be to see how it's working globally, and that the staff would be presenting us with any and all information that's relevant, and then that review would. I'm not anticipating that we would open everything up, but I'm anticipating that we would get all the information that we need to take care of that review. Am I correct? I mean, Mr. Paulson, how we...
That's correct. So we'd bring back the findings, and if there were violations, it's similar, I think you mentioned before, as the Hillbrook, where we bring that data back. Now we make it available, but we brought it back and disclose whether or not there are any violations, whether those are complaints that aren't corroborated, or they are the noise meter log that shows that on X day at X time they exceeded that threshold. I think we're fortunate we have a very engaged community, and so I think we have a full-time code compliance officer who is willing to go out there and look at those things, and we can work in conjunction with the police department and or our nighttime code compliance officer, because that's maybe when many of those issues take place, but we'll do everything we can to make sure that we do our best to enforce these to the satisfaction of the council and the community.
So if I can continue, and so that's helpful if there are complaints and you go out and you at the time are going certainly for the until September review period, you're going to go out and see the complaint, hear the noise, go out with your meter, measure it at the complainant place, and then we later can check the logs or see the logs at the same time. I feel more comfortable with that, so I will go ahead and second the motion.
So I have a couple of questions of staff that may relate to the motion. I'm still unclear, when we raised this before we had public testimony, at the end of what the Planning Commission was referring to, there was going to be an assessment. What was helpful with the Hillbrook CUP was there was an incentive. There was a grace period, and it was clear metrics. If you follow the traffic, there was a maximum. If you were below it, you got 33 students. Another year, you got another 30. So I'm still unclear, if we were to have this assessment period until September, are we assessing complaints? Are we assessing violations? How do we determine whether it was a successful period?
Well, I think the town attorney may step in as well, but we'd be assessing all of those things. So we'd be getting data from the police department on complaints. We'd be providing the Planning Commission with the logs from the noise meters, and so they could evaluate that. Obviously, there's another opportunity for the public to come out and speak as well, and or submit comments in writing. So we'd be providing all of that data to the Planning Commission so that they could make as informed a decision as possible.
And then the other component, again, using the Hillbrook as a similar example, the enforcement piece. If there was an incentive, they got their students, but beyond that, the enforcement actually after that period was pretty severe. And so what I heard from public testimony was $500 for a violation was not considered that significant. When you develop the fine schedule or the fee schedule, how did you come up with 500 versus any other amount?
The 500 is actually different than in our fee schedule. It's actually in our noise ordinance that talks about a warning, and then a violation is 500 and then goes up. I can't remember what it goes up. I'm looking it up right now. So it's specifically in our noise ordinance. That those fines are set and have been there since '91.
Councilmember Johnson.
The council is certainly at liberty to set whatever penalty it would like in the CUP for failure to comply. So if there was a suggestion to amend the motion to include some kind of penalty provision, I would consider it.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. The difficulty I have with this is you have pre-existing conditions. You have neighbors who bought their homes with an expectation of quiet enjoyment. You have a business that was purchased and changed hands, knowing what the existing conditions of that business were. I believe in change. I believe in vitality. But I also know that we've had plenty of issues with noise in that neighborhood in the past. Case in point, Mountain Charlie's, the people entering on the back stairs caused us a lot of problems several years back. I haven't heard much about that lately. But, and then going back to the past where there was the previous operator and they caused a lot of issues with the noise. I guess it really depends on one's point of view, what you consider to be noise, pleasant or not. I know we have electronic devices that can measure things, but to give you an example, sometimes you hear your favorite song on the radio and you want to turn it all the way up, and then you hear the song that you don't like and you want to turn it all the way down, and it's still too loud. So it just depends on the person hearing the noise and what they think is appropriate. I know that we ask a lot of our downtown residents. We host a lot of events. As were mentioned, there's Jazz in the Plaza, there's the Farmers Market. Those are all generally earlier events in the evening. And what concerns me about this is, Planning Commission is saying Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. The operator says they would like every day of the week. I'm not so sure where this will end up. I don't know if I heard that in the motion, what it would be.
The motion was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay. Thank you for clarification on that. I do have concerns about what we call an assessment period. When I'm on the freeway and I'm speeding and I see a CHP in the rearview mirror, I slow down. And then when they get off on the exit, I step on the gas. And what I'm getting at here is if somebody is assessed through September of this year, they could be on their best behavior, but then once they're fully approved, they could step on the gas. And I also am concerned about future operators. I'm wondering if there's a way to approach this where it's more balanced in favor of the residents who I put, I hate to say this, but when we have this tug of war between business vitality and the residents, I always have to err on the side of the residents and their quiet enjoyment because they're the ones that have to live there 24/7. The employees get to go home and they're all getting paid. So I wonder if there's a way to, if there was to be some kind of compromise moving forward with this evening, that there's a way to make the trial period more of a trial period and limit the number of events and limit the time a little bit more so we can see how it works out before we go full-on CUP approval that will last for the next 100 years. And that's what I am struggling with up here.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For me, I need to put this in context because obviously we have an applicant who has presented its case in a very articulate way. Same with the neighborhood. This all comes forward because of, I think because of the June of last year policy, entertainment policy, and I voted against that policy. It was a 4-1 vote. I voted against it, and the reason I voted against it was because of the difficulty in enforcement. If it's not a CUP, then you have to rely on calling an officer who may or may not be hired by the town at that time, and if he or she is, may or may not show up. If it's a CUP, then the difficulty you have is it's very difficult to modify. Once a right is given, it is very difficult to remove that right. Is it possible? Yes. Is it easy? Absolutely not. And on the applicant side, in addition to presenting its case well, I understand that it has expended a lot of time and significant amounts of money. But I think Mr. Leonardis or somebody was talking about the fact, so what do you do if there is a violation? Well, under this motion, what you do if there's a violation is you have another hearing. And you don't know, or you might know what's going to happen. You just have to have another hearing. And that, to me, is not enough protection for the neighbors. I understand that we're balancing, but this balance is too far in favor of the applicant. And because of that, I mean, I don't know if the Planning Commission even talked about it, but under a CUP, you have to make findings. And this motion and the information that we have, I can't make the findings. This is 292160. I can't make the findings that the request is an essential use. I can't make the finding that it doesn't impair the integrity and character of the zone. I can't make the finding that it's not detrimental to the general welfare. I think that's 3 out of 4 or 5 findings that you have to make if you are going to modify a CUP. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Jensen.
Okay, so I'll make another argument and see if I can sway anyone. 2 of them, maybe I can't, but to me, it's a matter of we've heard a lot about, I really don't like Mountain Charlie's, or we had a lot of noise a while ago, or 5 years ago the Toll House was terrible. Everyone agrees with that. So what the council did was say, that's great. You know what we need to do? We need to be responsive. We need to make sure our police go there. We need to hire and pay for a code compliance officer. And in our packet that the council received this past Friday, we got a report from the code compliance indicating that our downtown noise complaints had gone down something like 35%. So I would rather not use anecdotal evidence. I would rather not be mistrustful and afraid. I would actually rather have data. I would rather see, does it work, and put a rule in place. Like right now, we have, frankly, this CUP is one of the shortest CUPs I've ever seen since all the time I've been doing anything. So it may have been thoughtfully crafted, but for the first 6 paragraphs, it tracks the alcohol policy. So to me, it's important. Why can't we give people a chance? And if I'm going to think about, is it compatible with the zone? It's zones C2. I know that many people that are downtown like to consider their houses as a residential neighborhood, but this is in a C2 neighborhood. It's not residential, so in fact it is compatible with its zone. Of course, it interacts with residents, so we have to be careful to monitor what's going on, and this council needs to be sensitive to that. Does it have a community benefit? Well, if I want to have a wedding, if I want to have a birthday party, if I want to have a bar mitzvah, if I want to have my business come to town and be able to have a small conference or do a presentation, the hotel provides that opportunity for me. It's convenient. It keeps that business and space in Los Gatos. It allows my guests to stay near my house if I'm having a party. Someone said, don't turn a hotel into an event center. A hotel kind of is an event center. Sure, you get a room there, but you want to eat there. You might have a conference there. You might have a meeting there. So all I would urge my fellow council people to think about is, yes, there have been problems. There have been problems, and there will be problems in the downtown, on the North 40, wherever it might be. But we shouldn't be making policy based upon a fear of continued problems. We should be making policy based upon how do we want to solve this problem and be able to monitor it, have transparency, be accountable, and have these things be enforceable. One of the things we get complaints about from both residents and business owners is you guys don't enforce these CUPs. Why? Because oftentimes they're unclear. Oftentimes we don't have data to back them up to figure out if you've done anything or not. And oftentimes the language is very confusing. And oftentimes you don't have a follow-up meeting where you figure that out. Back when I was on the Planning Commission a million years ago, we always brought controversial things back. Swanson Ford used to come back every year on their CUP because people drove through the neighborhoods and they got on the loudspeaker at the thing, said, bring the car up. And the neighbors would come in and they'd say, this is not good, and we would adjust it. There's no reason why it's set in stone and can't be adjusted. We adjust things all the time. So all I'm asking through this motion is that the council accept the recommendation of the the Planning Commission. Give it a chance. If it doesn't work, I'll be the first to say it didn't work and I'll vote against it. If it does work, yay. We have a venue that can be used by the community and we are monitoring it. So I'm just asking the council to give this a chance going forward.
I'm calling on myself. Huh? So let me just clarify where I'm at. I think I'm very much in agreement with many of the sentiments that Councilmember Johnson has said, that let's give the applicant a chance. Where I'm still hesitating on what is the mechanism to give an assessment period a chance so that the burden of responsibility doesn't fall on town staff and or the neighborhood to revoke or turn back a permit once a permit's provided. I was hoping when we entered into this discussion that there would be an opportunity to almost give a special event permit, see how it goes, and at the end of that, you have that assessment and period say, yes, we've shown that we are capable of doing it. Now we can almost graduate to a CUP. The difference with the CUP that we provided to Hillbrook was there was an assessment period and then there was an incentive at the end that you would then get to build your student so that both parties actually had an achievable objective. The school was able to increase their student population and the neighborhoods got a decrease. And it was actually objective, it was data, and it was transparent. I'm trying to figure out what mechanism can we provide in this application that does that so that it feels that at the end of this assessment period, it'll be a fair look at how things are going and then it's awarded onto them. And I don't even know if that's even possible, but I'm hoping for something of that nature where we're awarding something, there's an incentive at the end versus we're looking at trying the opposite where now we're policing the applicant's behavior.
So I think we're going to toss out a few ideas for your consideration. We're not wedded to any of them. So from a perspective of what might be the incentives for good behavior and awards, you could modify condition number 7, which limits entertainment before 10 p.m. on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Perhaps you remove one of those days. Maybe you take away Sunday. Let's see how they do on Fridays and Saturdays. And if they do well, in the September timeframe, that could be something that you consider. Another suggestion might be to actually put penalties in place. So that way, it's consistent with our noise ordinance, which we would have to be. But then after the warning and after the $500, there's some other penalty, whether it's a fine or immediate hearing or something that, shows that we mean business and we want to maintain quality of life. So those are 2 ideas. The town attorney and others may have other thoughts, but I think in this case we don't have an attendance type of situation like Hillbrook, but I think the ongoing monitoring that is in perpetuity and that at any time the town could call for a hearing, might be another element.
Councilmember Jensen and then Councilmember Leonardis.
Well, since it's my motion, if I can get the seconder to agree, I would be happy to add the condition, basically a penalty condition consistent with the noise ordinance, a warning, $500, and then number 3, an immediate hearing with respect to your CUP.
And I would state that's great to put that clause in there, but you do even have another mechanism in the noise ordinance that allows the town manager to take whatever reasonable actions she can do to make certain you come in compliance with the noise ordinance, which they have to do under their CUP. So one of those could be simply saying you're suspended from any further holding to any other music or entertainment until a hearing is actually heard on it also.
But they have that ability under the noise ordinance in any respect. So if I say consistent with the noise ordinance, that can be done without me calling that out specifically. So warning 500, whatever goes with that administratively, and an immediate hearing.
And an immediate suspension of their ability to have
Which
entertainment until a hearing is held.
And so I would, if the seconder agrees with that, I would add that to my motion.
I'm plenty happy to add that. I think you're moving more towards the Hillbrook CUP, which I thought the council did a really good job with. So I'm plenty happy to continue seconding.
Okay. Councilmember Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor. The problem with that is if you book 10 weddings and you have a problem with the first or the second one, you're going to have to turn down eight weddings if they get in trouble until the hearing comes. What we're dealing with is sound, which is a very subjective thing, whereas with Hillbrook we were dealing with automobile trips in and out of the gate, two entirely different things. The question I had, though, is left over from before when I asked about the mayor alluded to the special event permit. We were looking up some information about that process and what that entails.
So our special events permit only allows one per quarter. So they don't have the ability to ask for a special event more than once per quarter in that scenario.
What does the process entail?
Special event permit, they file an application and ask for it, and there's certain requirements that you have to fill out in the application, and then it goes through the various departments and police, and they sign off on it.
All right. Thank you.
And if I may, you'd still have to be consistent with your CUP and with the noise ordinance. So we couldn't grant a privilege that went beyond what the CUP allowed. And if I may, to the point about sound, I think there's the experience of sound, but there's also the measurement of sound. And I think with the condition that was provided under noise assessment, another way of bolting that one would be that if a complaint is given to the town, that code compliance or our police officer go out with our own noise meters that have been calibrated. So you not only have the data that would be happening continuously, but if there is a violation, that we've got our own independent noise meter reading. So that way, if there's concerns about some of the things that were mentioned earlier this evening, we would have another data point to validate.
Another condition going along with the Hillbrook could be that you could require the applicant to provide the town with a schedule of when their events, their weddings are happening, so we know ahead of time on when that's going to happen. Like you do with Hillbrook, you knew when they were going to do their special event, when you knew there was going to be potentially more cars. So that's another idea.
Okay. Councilmember Jensen?
So if the seconder agrees, I would add, this suggested condition regarding the verification from the town with its own noise meter. So do I have an agreement with that from the seconder?
Yes, I think that's a great idea.
And then with respect to the suggestion about posting a schedule, I think we get caught up in the idea that everything that's going to happen is a wedding, and I don't think that's the case. And I think it may be, well, given that it's only Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it may not be burdensome, but I could see, even like if I were going to post my entire schedule, I don't know about that. Hillbrook was posting open houses and plays and things like that weren't, happening all the time. So I'm not real enthusiastic about having them post their schedule for every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I think that's a little bit much, because I could have, I don't know, potential. I could have a business meeting. I could have 2 weddings. I could have a birthday. I could have a PowerPoint presentation. So that may be a bit much.
Councilmember Leonardis and then Councilmember Spector.
One other difference about the comparisons to Hillbrook is that's more of a daytime operation. I think there was maybe one event that they asked us to stay open until 9:15 at night. So when we look at this, and we look at this as being effectively in a neighborhood, and I know it's in a commercial zone, but one of the things about Hillbrook was it's a school in a neighborhood, and that was the big issue. The neighbors had some disagreements with the business. We have to be cognizant of the gentleman who has the daughter who is going to bed at 7:30 at night, or the other folks who might be in their backyard trying to enjoy a backyard barbecue. Perhaps one way to address this is, rather than say 10 p.m., say 9 p.m. during the trial period, and see how it goes.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. So we have people in our audience, and we have the neighbors who are concerned about the noise, and we have the applicant who has made an effort to address those concerns. We have a motion before us that says give the applicant a chance, and I'm protecting the neighbors with these conditions. But what hasn't been addressed is if there are violations, and we're trying to get objective mechanisms for assessing violations, but if there are violations, then what's going to happen? The same people are going to be in the Planning Commission and then probably again in the council chambers, because it's not defined. It's not defined the way Hillbrook was. Okay, that was definable. You can count it, you can measure it. The way you can get out of this circle with this application is say, okay, we have objective measurements. If it comes back and those objective measurements show that there is a violation of our noise ordinance, then the provision for entertainment in the CUP is removed. That's it. You don't have to keep going around this circle.
Councilmember Jensen.
I wasn't going to defend my motion again, but I am. The noise data does give objective. It is an objective measure. How I experience something, I could experience 2 cars going by my house and think it was horrible traffic jam, or I could experience 100 cars going by and think it's fine. But that's objectively measurable, just like a sound meter is objectively measurable. And Ms. Spector, I'm just, as being a lawyer, is quite aware of due process consequences and how things should happen with respect to due process, and I very much respect her thinking on this, but I think it shows a disappointing lack of faith in the Planning Commission and the Town Council when confronted with objective data, that somehow they would not respond to that objective data, and that they cannot be trusted to make a decision when given that information. We trust them to make decisions going forward all the time. There's no reason not to trust them with this one.
Councilmember Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to those comments, it's not that we, or at least this council person feels that I don't trust the council to make good judgments or the Planning Commission to make fair and objective hearings moving forward. It's just difficult to take away once something has been given. And I think, we really have to think of our own ability to, get things on the calendar, be able to enforce, be able to measure, be able to watch all these things. And again, over time, owners change, councils change, planning commissions change, and I think those are really the main concerns. Not that this applicant didn't present his case very well, Not that the Planning Commission didn't vet this thing very well, not that the neighbors didn't have their concerns, but you have to think of the long term in terms of CUPs. I know we have a check-in proposed in September, which is not very far away. And again, someone could be on their best behavior over a short period of time until then, and you can say, okay, great, everything. And then several years later, you can have problems again that might be difficult to undo. And that's where I have my greatest hesitation, because, and I hate to keep bringing up the previous owner and things, but and the fact that we perhaps didn't have the enforcement in the past that we do now, but that's what happened. You know, we had somebody who took great liberties with their CUP, and it greatly affected the neighborhood. We had Miss Dorner say, I heard it all the way at my house, and she lives many blocks away. So we don't want to even risk or begin, in my opinion, we don't want to even begin to risk having a situation like that down the line. And that's why I'm so hesitant. Not that I don't want economic vitality, and I don't support the Chamber of Commerce, and I don't, want the Toll House to be successful. It's a great asset to our community, and it would be great to have events there and all those things. But I really am concerned about the long-term quiet enjoyment of the neighborhood. There's a lot of expensive homes there, and I know from the past individuals who've lived in those homes on that street and what they had gone through before, and it seemed like for years, seemingly nothing was able to be done. I don't know if it went over. My recollection was a period of couple years where they were just having to listen to this music and nothing was getting done. We send the police over there and they say turn it down, and then right when they leave they turn it up. So I don't want to have another one of those situations. I don't even want to begin to think about risking another one of those situations. Maybe I'm being too cautious here, but that's where I'm at.
So to address those issues, there's two things we could do. Is you could certainly put in the timeline for September and make it very clear this is only a temporary use, and that it's subject to revocation at that September hearing, and even set the hearing date now. So you've got that in there. And then if in fact during that time period you feel like you want to continue it longer, then I think my suggestion would be is we go outside the conditional use permit and do an operator's agreement specifically to this property and this operator to alleviate the concerns of the fact that it runs with the land, and it could change over property owners. We've done that in the past with other late night entertainment, and we could certainly do the operator's agreement. It's kind of like my idea was having a separate entertainment permit altogether that could be revoked.
Okay, so Mr. Schultz, this idea of an operating permit, can't we start that instead of a CUP? So that I think the hesitation that I'm hearing is that a CUP, to revoke something from a CUP is difficult. Can't we take the conditions that have been created tonight and just create an operator's permit?
Yes, we can. We'd have to come back with the approval of that operating agreement. That's why I thought it would be best to do it after the conditional use permit has to be changed. The conditional use permit has to be changed to allow for entertainment.
But it has to be changed to be in accordance with the
an
operating agreement.
Yes.
And the operating agreement could state the various penalties that we have already discussed, and it's easier to...
Yes.
Okay. Well, I like that. And
there's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor. Any comments before I call the question? Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Okay. And so you may beat me, but go ahead, Council Inspector.
With regard to an operator's permit, I know that we have used them in the past. I know that prior town attorneys have favored them over entertainment in a CUP. However, at this juncture, let's assume that an operator's permit comes back before us at our next meeting. How is an operator's permit revoked?
Simply by the council saying it's revoked and there's no more entertainment that's allowed.
But that
it's
wouldn't
completely
be...
one-sided. It doesn't provide any by right that a conditional use permit does. So there can be language within that agreement that is signed by the operator. So it's an agreement as opposed to a conditional use permit, which is really your conditions to allow for that use. So this is an agreement whereby there's the exchange for consideration and all the things that are required for an agreement that allow them to do this entertainment and allows for the revocation within that. It's completely separate than a conditional use permit.
All right,
completely separate than any of our code sections.
I understand that, but one of the things I was trying to do with this request, this application, is to eliminate future hearings after hearing after hearing. And that's why I had a suggestion for if there is a violation of the decibel level, then that provision in the CUP is automatically revoked. What I hear you saying is there would be an operator's permit that if there were a violation, it would still come back and we'd have to go around in circles with hearings.
Depends what you want to have it written. You can certainly do that. I would probably caution you that automatic exceedance of our decibel level automatically would revoke the conditional use permit or the operating agreement. And that goes back to my first statements is you may very well have an exceedance of our noise ordinance but not have any complaints whatsoever.
Okay.
And that's where I think it goes to where the hearing would take that all in September to find out exactly when, if there were any exceedances, and if they were, what were the circumstances around that exceedance. It might be that they had a noise violation for an exceedance when they weren't even having an event.
All right, I hear you saying several things. I hear you saying if there is a violation of this supposed agreement, which we don't even have yet, because of a violation of our noise ordinance, it automatically revokes the agreement. Then I hear you saying we would have a hearing to discuss the issue.
No, my recommendation, if we did an operator's agreement, would not have a clause that said exactly what you stated, that an automatic exceedance of a noise ordinance would revoke the agreement. That would be my recommendation, not to have that clause in there. Certainly council can tell me how to write the agreement, because I certainly believe there can be exceedances of noise ordinances without any complaints whatsoever that might not even be caused by the entertainment. Maybe there might not be entertainment there whatsoever, but you might have an exceedance of the noise ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay. I just need to make clarifications for our clerk. The previous motion failed with Council Member Spector, Leonardis, and myself voting against it. Okay. Council Member Jensen.
Questions for Mr. Schultz. First question. The hypothetical operational agreement, or whatever we're calling it. The prerequisite to that would be for the council to change the CUP to allow entertainment, correct? So we would be doing what the council just voted no on and substituting an operating agreement for all of the conditions that were part of the conditional use permit.
Yes.
Okay. Next question. If the conditional use permit were changed to allow entertainment pursuant to an operator's agreement, there is zero obligation for the operators to enter into an agreement, correct?
Correct.
So they don't have to. So we could enact something that said, pursuant to an operator's agreement, they say, see you later, we don't want to do an operator's agreement.
But until they sign that, they wouldn't be able to do entertainment.
Okay. Let's say they sign one, and then let's say the town revokes it. They still are sitting with a CUP that says entertainment, correct?
No, it would have to be pursuant to an operating agreement. If there wasn't one in place or it was revoked, then they wouldn't be able to do entertainment.
How is that different than the feared CUP with conditions that can't be revoked? I'm just struggling with how is it accomplishing something different than a CUP with conditions that was just turned down?
I was simply trying to alleviate the comments regarding it runs with the land and it's very difficult to revoke. So I was trying to make it as an operating agreement. I see no difference I see it that this could come back, and in a hearing from council, the CUP could be revoked for that item very simply, and with the correct findings that they were in violation if there were noise complaints or noise violations. So I don't see a difference in my mind, but I've heard comments that it's impossible to do, and I was trying to alleviate that with an operating agreement. But I don't see any different from a procedural standpoint. The way I would write the operating agreement, I don't see any difference between the language that staff has proposed and an operating agreement.
Okay, one final question. If I am any hypothetical owner or operator and I enter into that kind of agreement, is it a contract? I mean, so I'm getting at, can I now challenge the town's assessment that I have violated my contract and therefore cause a hearing about whether that should be revoked or not?
Not a hearing, but certainly could file litigation over it.
Thank you.
Simple as they could, same with a CUP, if we were to revoke that through a hearing, then they could file litigation over it.
Okay,
so
thank
there
you.
really is no difference.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to, would you like to go ahead, Councilmember Leonardis?
You're in charge.
So I'm going to make a couple of comments, and then I'm actually going to try a motion, and let's see if we can get this wrapped up. So I appreciate the discussion that was just had, but I actually do think there's an agreement. There's a difference between an operator's agreement as well as a CUP. Just because through the many years that I've been on commission as well as council, what we've heard time and time again is that with the CUP, it runs with the land. And with this particular case, what I've heard is that there's no trust from what happened previously and what could happen in the future. And with an operator's permit or agreement, it goes very specific to the current applicants. And so should they decide to sell it to the next operator, that would create a new operator's agreement. And I see a nod from there. So to me, when I heard that option, it's the step that I'm looking for to provide that mechanism to give the applicants the chance to provide entertainment in a venue, in a mechanism that still gives some assurance to the residents that this is not going to be something that is going to run with the land that 25 years from now they're going to have to deal with. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I see that there's a difference there. And so I'm actually going to throw a motion that we move to change the CUP so that the CUP would be, and help me with the terminology here, but it would be pursuant to the operator's agreement that would list the conditions that we've discussed, specifically the conditions that the Planning Commission provided, were that it would be limited to Friday and Saturday and Sunday with the noise assessments in place with a monitoring assessment period after 9 months at the end of summer with penalties during that 9 months, that there is a warning, there is a $500 fine, and then the third is that there would be an immediate hearing. So that is my motion. Vice Mayor?
So your motion is almost the same as the last one, except with an operating agreement.
Correct.
Okay, I'll second that because I was willing to second the other, and I, that was one of the pieces I was a little bit concerned about was, what happens beyond this 1 year with this owner? What happens with the next owner that completely forgets what goes on? So that certainly helps. That I think staff had told us, our monitoring and enforcement's much better. So I was a little bit comfortable. This makes me more comfortable, so I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to need to have staff read back the motion to me. My concern lies with what if the decibel level is violated, the ordinance is violated. So I didn't hear it well enough, so if you could please read it back.
With the hour, My suggestion would be, if that's where council wants to go, would be to continue this for a date certain, 2 weeks. That would allow that operating agreement to come back. That would show you what those what-ifs were, instead of leaving that to staff and myself to write that operating agreement. Certainly you can let the motion go forward and what if, but I don't know the answers to those as I sit right now as to what all those conditions would be. And what I heard right now would be, if in fact there was a violation, you'd get a warning, you'd get a $500, and it would come back for hearing, and it would be all the same conditions as the Planning Commission. But that's how I would like to see it done, is that at least you get another chance to look at the conditions in the operating agreement to make certain you sign off on this, since it seems to be such a hot topic item.
I would be comfortable with that. Vice Mayor, as the seconder, would you be comfortable seeing the final product in 2 weeks? Would you like further comment?
Yeah, let Ms. Jensen comment first.
Okay. Councilmember Johnson.
So my comment about the continuance is it assumes that this motion is going to pass, number one. Number two, the way I heard the motion was that it's basically the same motion that was defeated, except it's taking the form of an operator agreement to be entered into, negotiated between Mr. Schultz and the operator, rather than be worked out in a public hearing and put into a CUP. Am I right about that?
The mechanism is an operator's agreement, correct, but all the specifications and the details that we've discussed tonight would be put into that agreement.
Okay, so my difficulty with that is, so we have a motion and a second. Are we taking comments on the motion?
Yes, we are.
I would extremely reluctantly support that motion because it accomplishes the same thing that I was hoping to do with my motion. However, I want to state for the record and for whoever's listening out there at 11:45 p.m. that I have always been, and I will continue to be, opposed to operator agreements. I think that once you start negotiating out of the public forum, then you actually eliminate public comment. You eliminate the opportunity for everyone to see what you're doing, whether it comes back in 2 weeks or not. You're still negotiating outside of the public hearing, and that the people that are put in place to debate these issues and figure them out aren't doing that in front of the public. It could lead to the dread development agreement that we had with Albright and Netflix, that the Planning Commission said, no, we've never done development agreements in this town, we're not going to, which is a contract between the developer and the town before the public hearing takes place. So having a contractual agreement, I think, isn't the right way to go. We had everything in place in the CUP. The CUP would be enforceable. You have a public hearing. Whether some members of the council want to have a public hearing or not in this context, I'm surprised, because usually that council person wants to have things in the public. So I will support it because I think that the Toll House deserves to have an opportunity to try this. I don't think this is the right mechanism to do it.
Councilmember Spector.
I still need clarification. It sounds as though if I support this motion, I am supporting a motion that that modifies the CUP to allow for entertainment, but it does it by virtue of an operating agreement. And my concern is I actually don't oppose operating agreements, because I'd rather have to undo a contract rather than something that runs with the land. But having said that, it sounds as though what this motion is going to get us is an operating agreement and a modification of the CUP to allow entertainment.
Councilmember Leonardis.
The applicants wanted more than Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. For me, the problem I have with this, whether it's an operating agreement or not, is the hours. I mean, to me, it seems like, okay, maybe a compromise would be you let them have more flexibility during the week, but you limit it to 9 p.m. And I think with an operating agreement, we would be able to do something like that during the trial period. I would say at the very least, at least 9 p.m. on Sunday evening. But I would be more open to perhaps letting them have more days of the week for corporate events and things, but having it be earlier hours. So that's what I'm struggling with.
Point of order.
Yes.
We have a motion on the table. Can we call the question?
Yes, we can. I have to remember what that motion was. So we are keeping the hours to the Friday, Saturday, Sunday with the 10 p.m. and basically summarizing it so that it is the parameters that we discussed publicly today with an operating agreement to come back in 2 weeks so that we can publicly review it and approve in final form. Correct, Mr. Schultz?
Yeah, I wasn't certain if the continuance was just an idea of mine. I didn't know if it was
Okay.
coming back or not. I didn't know
Okay.
that was part of the motion.
Okay, I would include that as part of the motion so that it
Is
comes
that
back for public review.
The second too?
Yes.
Okay, so I am calling the question. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay, so the motion passes 3-2 with Council Member Spector and Leonardis opposed. Okay, so this
And
this
we want to
is
continue that to a date certain.
correct. So can this come back on March 7?
Yes.
Okay, so on March 7, the operator agreement will come back for final review.
And any resolutions and any other requirements that are necessary. So it's just a continuation of this hearing.
Okay.
The public comment has been closed, though.
But written comments can continue in. And so the written agreement would be, the operator's agreement would be part of the Thursday staff report
Yes.
that people can comment on. Okay. Meeting's adjourned for the evening. Thank you.